so now and we will go play. Yay! Do some EVE Online. All set up to go do something. Some things.
Connecting.
Yay! A game that doesn't crash when upon launch. Gonna try one last time. I uninstalled it. I think because my install corrupted or something crazy. I don't know what it is. But yeah. I have 273 gigs on C drive free. Seems crazy. Well, okay, but yeah, there we are. And I gotta go check my titles. Titles across the board are good. That's not good, but the rest of it is done. Check this. Eve online. Okay, what did you do there? Cool. Really great fucking. Really great. Silly kick. Eve. Save. And finally come to you. Check you. And yeah, there we are. Good. Hot furnishings, give me speed test. There we go. So oh yeah? Oh no, I guess I never yeah, never went and did that, huh? Alright, well that's okay. So yeah, I guess I'm all set up to do that, sure. Yeah, sweet. Go do that. And yeah, perhaps on my C drive it might do better, maybe. We'll see if that makes a difference. I think I had a corrupted install, maybe. Because I moved it. I moved that file and I think it screwed it up.
Warp drive active.
Oh, yeah, the master's a bit high, I guess. Yeah, I think so.
new or returning player to New World, then it can be hard to find up-to-date information on how to get started. A lot of previous advice no longer applies, and even my own guide, which I only made 2 weeks ago, already requires a significant update, which is what you're watching right now. Fortunately, things are pretty similar for both new and returning players at this point. So we're going to start off with a quick section for new players here, but there will be timestamps on the video, and I'll also put a timestamp at this point to tell you where to skip to if you're a returning player. If you're a new player, you have 3 different options. The first one is simply play through the main quest line. Paired with a few side quests here and there, that's absolutely sufficient to get you to level 60, the max level now. Other methods are either too inefficient or cost too much gold, and you will likely want to have that gold when the expansion comes around. If you want to level your gathering skills along the way, is up to you. You can do that at level 60 easier because mobs are less of a threat, but on the other hand, if something is already next to you, might as well pick it up. I'd probably at least level skinning. You're killing a lot of animals along the way anyway, so might as well pick that stuff up and get some extra XP. This is the pathway that you should choose if you want to be ready for the expansion right as it drops. Alternatively, if you want to level at a slower pace and have a better questing experience, you can level until around level 40-ish, because the Great Cleave questline rework and the Eden Grove rework is coming in the expansion patch. You would, however, not be level 60 when the expansion drops if you do that. And as a third option, you can choose to only level up to level 25, because that is when mounts unlock in the expansion, which will make everything afterwards a little bit quicker. This, of course, has the same downside as option 2. And that brings us to the things beyond level 60, so from this point onwards, everything also applies for you returning players. Things have changed drastically. With the expansion, expertise, or what was once watermark, is going away, so high-level mobs will simply drop high-level loot, or high gear score loot. As such, at this point, there isn't really much benefit in doing the whole expertise farm. Likewise, it seems that umbral shards will be going away, so grinding towards them also won't be beneficial, and we also don't know what will happen to gypsum. So what should you do instead? The first thing I would recommend doing is getting some gear. Sure, you will get very good gear with higher gear score in the expansion, but you still probably don't want to go into the next zone with 500 gear score. The mobs could hurt a little bit too much. The laziest way is to just buy cheap gear from the trading post with more than 590 gear score. Just good enough to carry you over in the expansion until you have something better. This gear will no longer be downscaled once the expansion comes around, so you can then use it with full effectiveness. There is a free and better alternative though, which is the Season Quest. You can find one of the starting points for this in the southeast of Brimstone Sands. Completing this questline will give you a full set of medium 615 gear score gear with full constitution.
Wow.
You can use this immediately for any activities right now, and you can definitely use this once the expansion.
Wow, they just
some of the perks
welfare and everything.
For example, Beast Ward will be removed, but it should be good enough, again, to carry you over until you have something better. The questline also comes with some other useful rewards like weapons, so it's absolutely worth doing. Additionally, I would recommend doing the Brimstone Sands main story questline, at least until a certain point. Through that, you can unlock your Heart Rune slot, which is similar to an ultimate ability. It's kind of an extra weapon to some degree with a very long cooldown. It is possible that the expansion will unlock this for everyone without having to do the questline, but I'd rather be safe than sorry here. The Brimstone questline is a continuation of the main story questline and also gives you other 615 gear score weapons, so I think it's worth doing in general. If there's an active world event while you're watching this video, these are typically also worth doing. For example, while I'm making this video, the Siege of Sulfur is still active and you can get pretty good rewards from that. It is possible that they might sneak in another surprise event before the expansion. If they do so, then you will usually hear about it in recruitment chat. Next, let's talk about farming things, gold as well as resources. I will have a huge trading tip video tomorrow, so consider subscribing and clicking the bell if you want to get notified of that. If you want to get those trading tips before everyone else, then consider subscribing. I've already posted them. But I will of course give you a quick and basic breakdown here as well. The main thing that you can get right now are any kinds of trade skill related resources. The expansion increases the trade skill cap from 200 to 250, so a lot of people will want to craft new things. Based on how New World's gathering system and crafting system works in general, it's very likely that the next tier of resources we can craft will still require the previous resources as well. And you know what people don't want to do when they are exploring a new zone with new content? Go back to old zones and farm low-level resources like iron or star metal, for example. There's a good chance there will be more demand than there's supply, and that will drain the market very quickly, which will lead to a lot of these resources going up in price a lot. So if you're running around gathering different resources, of course level your trade skills if you want to, but don't sell anything anymore. Instead, keep those resources and sell them when the expansion comes around. If you run into issues with your storage, I would recommend upgrading to a maximum of tier 4 resources like star metal or wordwood, because those will still be wanted for people who want to increase their trade skills for refining in the expansion. If you're desperate for money, I would recommend selling the attribute mods that you get from gathering various resources, like for example softwood tree sap, which goes for a decent price because it can be converted into other craft mods. I would highly recommend holding onto any resources with unusual, abnormal, or strange in their name, like for example pollen, strange pollen. In the expansion, you'll only be allowed to use 3 of them per day because they will allow you to advance the gathering skills a fair bit quicker. When gathering resources, I would generally recommend doing so PvP flagged. This is not some trap to lure you into being a prey in the open world, but rather because most people in the open world simply don't PvP in 1v1 situations anymore. The benefit of being PvP flagged is that you have increased gathering luck, and this can, for example, help you get these unusual, abnormal, and strange resources. Thanks to Mixologic, who actually checked the files and confirmed this for me. Of course, you do run the risk of somebody attacking you who has much better gear, but I think the odds are not very high these days. Most high-level players don't really run around gathering. This may change closer to the expansion, so choose for yourself. Likewise, I would not recommend spending gold for resources that aren't beneficial to the expansion in some way. If you know what you're spending on, go for it. But for example, I wouldn't recommend overspending on various kinds of gear at the moment when the gear will expire very quickly. We don't know how the value of gold will change with the expansion. It could be that there's some degree of inflation introduced by quest rewards giving much more gold or the gold cap being increased. I'll have to find out about that. But I think it's not a bad idea to have at least a little bit of gold in your pocket. Now let's quickly talk about another farm, which are elite chest runs. These used to be a big deal to increase your expertise, but they have uses outside of that. You can get various crafting resources here. You can get golden scarabs, which might still be useful in the expansion. We don't know about that. Various general resources as well that can be useful, and you can get transmog tokens. They might not be the most efficient and beneficial thing you can do right now, but they are an easy thing to do where you just follow a crowd and loot some chests. In order to find out if a run is happening on your server, keep an eye out for the word ECR in recruitment chat. It might be beneficial to level some of your crafting trade skills to 200, since the devs have talked about introducing bind on pickup gear from crafts that will be very powerful, that will allow you to lock a lot of perks. It is confirmed that by combining certain rare resources in the expansion, you will be able to craft a full best in slot gear piece. But based on what the devs have said in the past, it sounds very, very likely that this piece will be bind on pickup, so you can only craft it for yourself. Leveling crafting trade skills is also significantly easier and cheaper than it used to be. When crafting an item for the first time, you get a triple XP multiplier, so if you craft a variety of different items, you can level very, very quickly. I will link a crafting calculator down below for the best pathway to 200, but keep in mind that by default it doesn't factor in the triple bonus that you can get by crafting various different items. On the PvP side, there are also a few things that you can prepare. First off, there is a resource called Azoth Salt now, which you get for various PvP related activities. This salt can be used on the PvP track, which was recently overhauled and gives you much better rewards now. It is also confirmed that some of the artifacts, the best new gear in the game, will be from the PvP track in the expansion. Conveniently, you also gain this salt from being flagged in the open world and doing various activities. So if you're PvP flagged while gathering or fishing or something like that, you still end up getting Azoth Salt. That said, if you like PvP, I highly recommend trying out the new 3v3 arena map. We got that very recently, and in my opinion, it's a lot better than the old map and even performs better. Now, you may be worried about the gear difference, but that's actually not as big of a deal as you would think, because in both arenas as well as Outpost Rush, there is a gear score normalization, so all of your gear will be leveled up to 600 gear score while you're in the mode. You're still at a slight disadvantage, but it's not nearly as bad as it seems, and with a lot of other new players coming back, you will have at least some even fights. One of my friends came back and fought well enough with 550 gear score in his solo queue. To make your life in PvP a little bit easier, I would recommend buying cheap 2-perk gear with Resilient and either Elemental Aversion or Freedom. No matter how you get your Azoth Salt, I would recommend holding onto at least most of it, since it could be much more useful in the expansion. According to Jason, who has done a ton of PvP tracks, you're also meant to be able to store the PvP track XP, so you might get a lot of good gear at once in the expansion if you don't buy anything on the track. However, this is incredibly buggy according to him, so this might not work out. Choose for yourself if you want to gamble here. Quite a few new weapons have been released since launch, so you may need to farm some weapon mastery. The best place, especially if you're solo in my opinion, to do this is the south of Great Cleave. Here you can kill some mobs and get some decent XP from that alone, but then eventually Thorp spawns and gives you a ton of extra weapon XP. It is worth noting that especially the tail end of leveling weapons will be improved in the expansion. They said leveling is around 30% faster, and especially the levels from 15 to 20 for weapon mastery will be a lot faster. So if you want to use a weapon in the expansion, you could, for example, just level it to 15 and then do the rest afterwards a lot quicker. Elite chest runs, by the way, are also a decent way to get some quick and easy weapon XP with minimal effort. If you want to make any kind of weapon XP farm even faster, there are 2x XP boosters for weapon XP. When used, these last for 2 hours. And how do you get those boosters? From the Season Pass. This is a new pass system, you probably know this from many other games, and this comes with various specific journey tasks that you can do, but also with activity cards. Both of these progress your season rewards, which are a variety of different resources, skins, materials, and the aforementioned boosters. Even if you're not aiming to finish the whole pass, I would highly recommend occasionally checking your activity cards and flipping them whenever you have 3 to 4 stamps completed. That way you can get consistent progress and rewards while doing other things. Also this season, the free trade contains some transmog tokens, which I know a lot of people like. Gypsum is a complicated topic because we don't know what will happen with it in the expansion.
Yeah.
It can be gained from various different things in the game, like PvP, gathering, PvE, so it's a very flexible resource in general. It was previously used to increase your expertise or umbral shards, both of which no longer exist. The Gypsum system is very much woven into the fabric of a lot of New World activities, so I would be surprised if they are planning to remove it entirely, especially because it's also an incentive for many events. But since we don't know how useful they will still be, it also doesn't make sense for me to recommend you to do a lot of Gypsum farming. For now, I would say just hold on to everything Gypsum related in its rawest form, so don't even turn things into Gypsum orbs unless you have to, and we'll see what happens with all that stuff. If you want to farm extra Gypsum while doing other things, then I would recommend crafting topaz potions, and also gathering some resources around you, because typically, depending on what event is going on, those resources will give you some extra bags with gypsum in them. But again, if any of that will be useful is unclear. While doing many activities in the game, you get various caches. For example, you get invasion caches or outpost rush caches and so on. And one question that is often asked in that context is if they should be opened now or kept for the expansion. The information that I can give you in that context is that most of these caches are level locked to 60, so the rewards will not have significant value after the expansion. Some are not, like the Outpost Rash caches, and have been confirmed to still not provide you with better gear immediately. Outpost Rush caches that you get after the expansion obviously will eventually have higher gear score, but the ones that you collected beforehand will not suddenly give you best in slot gear. On the other hand, it is not unusual for the devs to add new resources to these caches, for example craft mobs. So unless you need anything from these caches right now, it could still be worth holding onto them until the expansion. Yet another thing worth paying attention to are the faction missions. You want to do them in a high level zone, a max level zone ideally, because you get higher rewards there. The first 3 faction missions per day give you a massively boosted reward, especially in terms of gold and faction tokens. It has been confirmed that there will be a new faction tier, so it can absolutely be worth stocking up on tokens so you can get gear from that tier very quickly. Additionally, you can buy caches for faction tokens with the same resources that I talked about in the gathering section, the unusual, strange, and abnormal resources, so you can get extra gathering XP that way. I'll make a separate video with a more detailed comparison for those in the future. If you want to experience the raids before they get easier with the expansion, then you can do that via the recruitment chat. You'll often find people putting groups together for the hatchery, and 600 gear score isn't really required here. This is fairly easy. The Sandworm raid is a lot more challenging, so you'd have to find a very benevolent group to maybe get you in there with the questline gear, but it's fairly unlikely. Now you know a lot of things about what you can do before the expansion, but what you don't know yet is what you should build at the moment for different weapons. I will make a guide video for that will primarily focus on melee weapons in the near future, so if you're interested in that, consider subscribing and clicking the bell. Also, if you want to get notified of other videos like the upcoming trading tips. If this video was helpful to you, then pressing the like button would help me a lot. If you want to support me further, you can do so on Patreon, where I post early trading tips for the expansion all the time, thanks to my patrons whose names you can see right here that already support me there. And thank you for watching. Duke Sloth, out.
Alright, it wasn't bad. Yeah, I liked it.
Right, I'm gonna give you my ahoy at the start here, but we are facing absolute chaos today. I've slept for 5 hours maybe, and things are getting ridiculous in a very good way. We have tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of news about New World, because they decided to not just drop the flail info, but also the PTR announcement, info about the PTR, as well as information about various other things that come through data mining. I don't know how to cover all of that. I'm gonna try here. I'm gonna give you some old footage in the background of a random war from way back in the day, just to have something to look at for you. We're gonna talk about
A
the
module
patch
has
first,
run out
and
of
then I will figure
charges.
out how we talk about the rest. I will be live streaming on Twitch, links down below, in the next days. While the PTR is live, I will be posting early trading tips on Patreon as usual, and I will try to also somehow fit in the trading tips video, even though that has massively changed. It was supposed to come out today and just be a normal video about the things we knew before PTR, and now we know everything about PTR, so everything has changed. So things are a little crazy, bear with me. We're starting with the changes from the Rise of the Angry Earth PTR patch notes themselves. The PTR will officially open on September 12th at 8 AM PT, so in other words, very soon for most of you, maybe by the time you're watching this, the PTR is already live, and it will only run a couple days. It will only run until September 18th, so you have 6 days-ish to do stuff here. All of the changes that we'll see here are exactly the kind of stuff that you would expect, exactly the kind of things that were announced, basically everything that is in the expansion, also including the influence race, so that's interesting because they have to schedule that somehow, I suppose. Let's get straight into the changes here. Both the Mangled Heights and Malevolence have both been reworked into solo landmarks. Brightwood Tavern was changed, and Banana Pile can now be picked up in housing. A bunch of expedition fixes, some other AI fixes, and some changes to Outpost Rush and Invasion AI, yes, to scale them better. And then we get into the real stuff, the combat changes. Weakened status effects now reduce the effects of acid damage. In other words, Sandworm is going to be a lot easier. Fix an issue where the Rune Glass of Cytocanelian gems cause taunts to not trigger when slotted into weapons. Very long and frustrating bug. Fix an issue that made some attack chains cause client and server desyncs. Reduced self-healing by 10% and consumable healing by 20% while in PvP game modes. Very big deal. 20% healing away from your pots is huge. And I've always said that New World is too pot heavy, that the PvP meta revolves around just spamming pots way too much because it's too easy to do so. This is going to impact that significantly. There are other changes later in the patch notes that may also affect in some ways, but this one's big. An even bigger one, increased dodge distance for medium and heavy equip loads. Do I need to say anything? That's just going to be super crazy. I don't know how far it will be, but it's going to be very spicy. And medium gets even more. Updated medium dodge animations to better maintain speed throughout the animation, and improved transition to sprint out of dodge for all equip loads. So the problem with medium was that basically you hop forward and then you kind of stop, and it results in you not actually getting any additional movement. You get iframes, but you are as fast as someone just normally running, which always felt pretty bad, to be honest. And that used to be cancelable when you could do the weapon sheath way back in the day. This sounds like they're basically doing it in a way where you get that without the weapon sheath, though. This was a big change back then because it was a change that at the time when they originally did, like took the sheathing away, made light significantly more viable than medium in various situations, and that was kind of what started the light meta. So this may actually shift things pretty drastically if there's enough chase potential in medium with dodging now. The medium hit sprint delay is also reduced from 1 second down to 0.75 seconds, and in light the sprint delay is reduced from 1.5 seconds down to 1 second, so you get a little bit more chase potential, escape potential, safety in that regard. Lifesteal is getting some limiters, either getting an 0.1 seconds cooldown on some things, or it's a maximum of 3 targets for AoE things, so you can't just get a massive random heal just because there happen to be a lot of enemies around. It's a bit more controlled, or if you hit a lot of enemies at once or something. When it comes to attribute bonuses, we're getting to see some of the changes here. I will have a separate video where we talk about way more about that now that we actually have the data from PTR. But just to start out with here, we have the updated 250 strength attribute bonus to apply to the entire basic melee attack and not just the startup. I think this is like the stamina region one. It's always been a kind of weird one, so I'm not really sure what's going on there. It's actually going to be good. I doubt it, but we'll see. Then there are 2 new attribute bonus nodes for all attributes at 25 and 350. Also updated the functionality of and moved around several existing nodes. They updated the 300 dex attribute bonus to no longer be dodge stamina reduction. I think this is good for the health of the game. I know it can be frustrating. It ruins certain builds a little bit for a while, but just to keep things balanced between different roles, like for example, the kite potential with light decks was always very insane, and also the chase potential, and likewise the avoidance potential with medium decks was very, very high. No longer the case. Instead, it will now cleanse CC status effects on weapon swap with a 15 seconds cooldown. If you can activate this while you are CC'd, so if you can activate it while you're stunned or maybe even knocked down, I doubt it's going to work on knockdown, but if it does, that would be very, very strong. But yeah, it's not bad, to be honest. I don't hate it. I think it's a pretty decent perk, not quite as good as the previous one, but there is definitely some safety involved with this as well. The HP gain from leveling is increased slightly, and the amount of HP gained from con is increased slightly, done on to account for the gear score and level increase. Again, this is just the surface level of the attributes. Separate video on that. Consider subscribing and clicking the bell if you are interested in that. Next up, damage changes. The ranged and magic weapons in the game get increased base damage globally, but the damage is scaled down in PvP fights. So it's a kind of a weird reverse way to do it, I suppose, but it works out, I guess. So in the in-game tooltips, you will see those separate values. You will know what kind of damage you're getting in each. And for the musket, the base damage is increased from 78 to 83 in PvE, and then reduced down by 12% to 73 in PvP. This is actually a nerf, it seems like, because it says down to 73 from previously 78. And this is something that is consistent for all of the ranged weapons here. I'm not sure if this is some mistake on the wording, because the values don't really make sense to me here unless they're intending to nerf all the ranged weapons, which I doubt. It could be possible because there's some other things that they're doing in that regard that kind of would offset it a little bit. Hold that thought at least. I wouldn't trust these numbers completely. There's some other numbers later on that I wouldn't trust completely either. So yeah, don't get upset about that yet until we know more. On the bow, the values that we have here is increased the damage from 67 to 72 in PvE, and then reduce it down by 14% in PvP down to 62, which kind of goes in line with the old Bane values as well, so it wouldn't really make sense again. And then Blunderbuss, we have an increase from 78 to 80 in PvE, so a relatively small increase, and then down by 9% in PvP down to 73. The self-healing power in PvP game modes is reduced by 10%, and the consumable healing is down by 20%. Every armor loadout has inherent crit damage reduction now. Light is 15%, medium 20%, heavy is 25%. So heavy is like 5 pieces of resilient, with resilient being gone, and light will get like 10% less now. However, there are other ways to increase the value, which we can talk about in the future. The diminishing returns on damage bonus modifiers from 351 to 500 have been slightly increased because we have more points now and they want to encourage you to split your points between more than just one thing. This mostly hits single scaling weapons in PvE, like int weapons or strength weapons. In doing damage to a target, the abilities equipped by that specific weapon will now be used to apply additional on-hit status effects instead of the abilities equipped by the current active weapon, which can differ. I guess this is, for example, if you throw a grav well and then it switches, like, or you switch over to your warhammer, it doesn't somehow use the effects from your warhammer, but it uses the effects from your great axe. They added acid damage and resistance to various existing status effects, gems, and other effects to allow it to function similar to any other damage type. I'm not quite sure what this means, where exactly this comes in, if there was going to be like an acid damage weapon gem now, or whatever else. They need to show us more about that to really fully know what's going on with that. Sword and Shield gets two fixes. First of all, the slows don't refresh from certain effects anymore, from damage over time effects, and the lower tier shields, like some kite shields, actually had better values than tower shields, and that should be fixed now. Ice Gauntlet gets a very significant change. Wind Chill and Ice Spikes are now treated as ranged instead of melee attacks. This means on one hand, they will likely do significantly less stamina damage than they currently do, and on the other hand, this also means that they will be affected by elemental aversion. There was a big problem with the Ice Gauntlet because you took way more damage than from any other ability in comparison. There's still a few missing abilities in that regard. I really hope they just completely iron that out, so elemental aversion just works against everything elemental. At least everything elemental that is ranged. Bo gets a quick bug fix to catch me if you can here, and the Blunderbuss gets another cancel fix, basically, allowing Splitting Grenade to cancel Mortar, Charge, and Fire without cooldown. That's fixed now. The damage fall off of basic shots fired from 10 to 40 meters away has been removed. I guess this is kind of to counteract the fact that everyone will have a little bit more con, a little bit more health through perks. So I think the blunderbuss, otherwise I would say why would the blunderbuss get a buff, but I think the blunderbuss might end up needing some buffs after these changes. So I can kind of see the angle they're taking here, giving it just a little bit more consistency in terms of damage output. The blunderbuss will also be fully loaded when initially equipped, and Splitting Gate's child grenade explosions should now deal damage all the time. The rapier fixed an issue that caused the controlled breathing passive of the rapier to trigger off some damage over time effects, and fixed an issue where the rapier's flurry animation could be cancelled to cast Tondo twice. The musket gets an entire surprise rework. First of all, the shots are changed to use projectiles instead of hit scan. Finally, they committed to it. So they will just be bullets with probably a bit of drop off. They have bullet penetration, so they go through targets. All of that accuracy stuff that they previously did has been mostly reverted. You just have to rely on your aim now, but you probably have to predict some drop off. No more hit scan. There are a ton of changes here. I will not go through all of them in this video because they warrant their own video. The musket changes are so massive, I will talk about that separately, especially in context of the perks that were also changed, the weapons that we get and everything. There's so much going on. To give you a basic idea of what direction we're taking here, a lot of this goes somewhere towards less RNG damage spikes, more fighting in mid-range especially, more reward for hitting multiple players with a shot, which I guess goes in line with the bullet penetration it has now, and also some buffing, some debuffing happening, like weakens for example, as well as a ton of stuff that kind of pushes you towards using, especially the trapper tree side, just kind of going in this mid-close range, using traps, trying to bait out things, and then still doing very high damage while enemies are just a little bit away from you, but not too far. There are some perks here that are a bit weird, like for example the sniper ultimate is now Deadeye, which will on one hand increase your damage for headshots by 15%, which is good, but doesn't have the zoom anymore. And now if you headshot someone and you penetrate through and hit someone else, then your next shot inflicts a bleed, which sounds extremely conditional. But again, this is a small part of what's happening, and generally it seems like there are a lot of things happening with the musket that I think make it a lot more interesting as a weapon. It's a very unique play style rather than just sitting far away and shooting things. I'm sure there will be some early complications with these changes, especially because they're switching over to projectile, but I think for the long-term health of the musket, this actually allows it to get significant changes. This allows it to get buffs or nerfs that are much more appropriate to the overall design philosophy of New World as a whole, I would say. So I think these changes are great. We'll look into some of the perks later on and talk about the musket separately in a future video. At that point, I will hopefully also have some PTR footage to show you so you can actually see those things in action. The Void Gauntlet, some of the int perks didn't properly apply, that's fixed, and also fixed an issue that caused players not to return to Void Blade basic attacks after casting Essence Rupture. The Hatchet's Final Blow upgrade had an issue where it didn't deal damage, and the Berserk ability was cancelled and activated without playing the animation, which I guess is just a full animation cancel for Berserk being removed. So yeah, that would be interesting. I think some people will not like that one. I thought it was coming eventually, but yeah, this sounds like we won't have the dodge Berserk light attack cancel anymore, or any other cancel for that matter. Fire Staff also gets a much requested nerf on one hand, but also a buff along with that. The Pyro Dancer upgrade, which removes the cooldown from Flamethrower, now has a 2.5 seconds cooldown if you get staggered. It's not super long, but it will disrupt your damage a little bit. This is especially relevant in the context of Flamethrower versus Greatsword, because that was typically a matchup where the Greatsword has very limited counter potential because it doesn't have the right CC to deal with a Flamethrower, and now it can just use the stagger and disrupt the Flamethrower, so a little bit more back and forth in that regard. But on the other hand, Flamethrower doubled the hit rate of the ability damage and dot damage and half the damage for both. This was done to make the hits trigger faster but deal less damage. They also increased the number of stacks on a target to trigger the accelerating Flamethrower from 2 stacks to 4 stacks to compensate, because that's also going to happen faster. I think the ability will feel more satisfying with a more consistent, quicker tick rate, so you win some, you lose some, I guess. The Great Axe had an issue that caused the Great Axe's Greed and Sword's Empowering Stab passive empowers effects to not refresh properly on reapplication. Not sure why that's mentioned together here, but yeah, those should work. Warhammer fixed an issue where the Outnumbered passive would still be active after killing enemies or exiting combat. Devourer Hand Rune would sometimes fail to cast at certain camera angles, and Detonate is getting hit again. Due to the detonate being able to inherit damage from players and its power being well beyond what was intended, reduces power. I don't know why they don't just take away the inheriting damage property, but I guess that's more complicated on the technical side. They're reducing the base damage by another 20%, and they're increasing the rend on the brutal variant from 30 to 50%. I think 30 was already a pretty scary territory, but 50 is just... That's brutal in a war. If you run in a war, you now do less damage with detonate and you get 50% rend. You kind of don't try to get away from someone who uses detonate anymore, maybe, but rather just turn on them and blow them up immediately before the detonate explodes. Depends on how they play it, obviously. If they play it smart and charge in the right moment, you can't do that. But yeah, very high risk compared to what it used to be, and I think that's good. I think it would be nice if we actually end up seeing some other hard runes, maybe also the new one. Perks have been reworked across the board. That also includes the perk pools for various crafting and dropped items and whatnot. So tons going on there. They say drop gear should have a much higher chance of yielding 3 usable perks. Players shouldn't need to collect large numbers of required sets of gear, because, you know, Ward and Bane are gone, and remove perk combinations that are never usable. Notable changes. Greatly reduced bad perk combinations by removing or improving unused perks. For example, mana, hate reduction, etc. I thought hate reduction actually had a purpose, but oh well. Anyways, this is a bit of a hidden trading tip here, I guess, in this video, since the trading tip video might come a little bit later. The perks here could be an interesting purchase. Any craft mod that has these perks could be nice. They could just turn into dust, but usually they're not very expensive, so maybe we get something nice out of it. So yeah, that's something worth considering. They reduce the effectiveness of most used and easy to reach conditional perks, so they don't outshine others. For example, Keen and Vicious. We'll see what exactly happens to those values further down. They reduced the number of required gear sets a player needs to collect through the removal of wards and resistance, obviously. And they removed perks that impacted server performance. For example, Chain, cooldown, like reduced CDR perks, I guess, cooldown perks, and added maximum stacks, refreshing. So refreshing is still there, but I guess other CDR perks are not. So like maybe we've got refreshing ward, refreshing evasion, and refreshing. I think those are the big ones. So I guess refreshing is likely the only one left, where they removed multiple. And Chain never really worked properly in many situations, so kind of understandable, especially in wars and stuff. Yeah, it just hit the performance, and it's not that important of a perk to have, I guess, that they would keep it and rather just have other perks be better. I'm fine with that, to be honest. They combine split perks, we already know about this, so there's no weighted towards strength, like a strength con split perk, where you have more strength than con, but rather it's now 50-50 if you have split perks. They also added in new perks to categories that have the lowest number of combinations. For example, healing staffs had a very narrow perk range, so we're adding more life staff perks. Healing staffs, interesting word. Common perk changes. Refreshing ward can no longer generate on any dropped gear. There we go. Refreshing evasion also can no longer generate, so it's only refreshing again. And luck has been capped and will no longer scale after 625 gear score. It does, however, still seem to drop on new gear, so it's just capped in terms of the value. Right, ready to get into the thick of it with all the weapon perk changes? Again, these are all basically indirect trading tips. Everything here can be applied to trading. Keep this in mind. Consider if you want to buy or sell anything here. Hated can no longer generate on magic or ranged weapons, so only for melees. Kind of unfortunate, kind of sad, I think, in a way, because I don't know, maybe this just never worked on ranged weapons. Maybe that was a problem. But like, I do like ranged tanking, unusual tanking things like bow or ice gauntlet and stuff. I guess it would still work with Cornelian, so I guess it's just hate itself. Hind, this perk will no longer generate on any newly dropped gear. So on existing gear, it will remain unchanged. This is going to be a pattern for most of these old perks. Vicious, reduce the critical damage bonus from a maximum of 13% down to 7%. Very interesting. I want to mention this.
Gonna fire up New World here, guys. And previously it was crashing my stream when it launched. If it happens, I'll be back in just 30 seconds, and I'm terribly sorry. Be right back. If I crash, I'll be right back. We'll see if it crashes me again. Oh, that time it didn't. That's good. Yet, anyways.
Warp drive active.
Did we crash here or what? There. Well, it didn't crash my stream this time. That's a good sign. I think the install had corrupted.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Wow, this load seems to be taking pretty fucking long, man. Is it because you're caching or what? Ooh, yeah, it's good with the RAM, yeah. 44 FPS. I can't seem to. Wow. Is that really right? Oh no, that's why. That's why. That's why. My god, my server is fucking dead. Fucking dead. My server's dead. I have to get off this server. This server full-blown died. I was like gonna check it as soon as I got back, and I was like, yeah, seems that the server is completely dead. So we start over, I think. Or I don't know about start over, but yeah, that character's pretty much useless to me. Maybe when the expansion begins, but yeah, my main character, despite all the work that I did, doesn't really matter. Gonna go check Lilith and see if it's dead. I mean, I don't know, but wow, the game's a lot different with good RAM. Wow, yeah, wow, the latency's so much better. Wow. So yeah, this server. Yeah, graphics are good. Latency feels good. Oh yeah, the RAM really makes a fucking difference. Wow. Forgot how good this game looks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is about what I need, I would say. I need to see I mean, it's the only server that I kind of need to like run to town and see the town. But I mean, that's a long proposition. I mean, that's kind of a spicy meatball. Let's go to. We're gonna log out one last time, and I'm just gonna get out, and I'm gonna go look one more time at the population, because if there's like a fresh start server or anything at all, I don't want to miss it, you know? Okay, so if I look at servers, I see Lilith, Marama, and Lilith is fresh start, so it's medium pop. US West, there's no high pop in US West. And that's it. That's like my choices. I could go to EU. And there's many medium pops. And yeah, I mean, like, I really don't need to go to EU Central. I guess I'm stuck still on Lilith. So that's okay though. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, so no, never mind. I'm good on Lilith with that character, yeah. Alright, and so we'll just log on. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. And at least I reserved the name and didn't really fuck around, you know? Lilith's like the only non-dead server in America, I think. That's really tragic. But I mean, the population jumped off this game, and there's only a few dedicated people left. There's a lot of good fun to be had. It's an addictive game, but I really keep coming back to it every 3 months or something, just to see if maybe they got a little further, you know, they got a little better, you know. Yeah, look, with the RAM though, it's really good. There's no like hitch or lag or anything. It still seems dead to me though. It seems so dead to me. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really matter though. It's funny because I have an Iron Man character, but it doesn't really appeal to me to do Iron Man any further. Wait, am I going the right way? Yeah, I am, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's not right. I want to change that. Or I don't know, I mean, I don't really do That's wrong. That's got to be fixed. So it appears some of the keybinds are off. I hate how they do that. That was such a bad choice. Oh, they changed how the menu looks? That's kind of awesome. Oh no, that can't be like that. Auto run. R. Yes. Yeah, I fixed all that, but I came in here because... Or no, I think I fixed what I came in here for. Yeah, that's good. Oh, and then... Oh, no, I don't have the right key set to... Character... Character. There you are. So... Field patch die off that thing. That's actually a lot of money, like right there. Oh yeah, so okay, C for attributes. Okay. So I'm going Great Axe. I know that, but I know that I don't need any points in Great Axe. I think I want all of my points in Focus, but not yet. Yeah, and I can respec for free at any given time. Oh, leveling rewards, yeah, weapon slots and camping and all that stuff, yeah. I mean, strength will be where I get the first... I mean, strength is where I'm going to put a lot of my first... Well... Yeah, I mean, that, like, yeah, like, strength should be technically where I like... No, I still think, well, I mean, I don't even have a staff yet, so we'll just assign the 6 points in strength, because it'll be faster right now. Yeah, they got the combat a little bit snappier, that's cool. Ooh, this. Oh, no equip sickle. Oh, this game won't do display adapter, huh? Oh, God. Wow. Oh, no. There we go. Better. Sorry, guys. I didn't know the fucking quality was that bad. Fucking terror bad fucking stream bullshit.
context of Rogue
Oops.
not getting nudged.
What was I doing? Thank you. Thank you. There it is. Fuck yes. That's what I was hoping for. Sweet. Hyssop. Oh, but I don't have a thing yet. I can't remember the blunderbuss that well, but it's like... Gab smolders. Oh, before I leave. Nope.
Lucky Ryu says, World. Saran ZZ says, X-Wall. Angel D says, this isn't a full run, it's just a tax run. X-Zone Trooper says, X-Zone Trooper has reached level 4. Lokosa says, X-Wall. Facto says, hey Angel. Lokosa says, X-Wall. Archer Torm says, why only run tactic? Naptrin says, X Egg Grim. Cydia66 says, who is doing the egg this morning and what location please? Angel D says, someone come shoot tactic. KCI says, X Grim Egg. Henning01 says, X Farm Engineer Pants and Hat. The Pink Floyd says, BSF. Insane SCV1 says, X Engineer. Even Mar says, brought home the grub to share with me. Panterax says, done. Angel D says, who's is pulling all the expert league?
This island has always guarded the promise of paradise. Humanity cast out, deemed unworthy of such blessings. But I did not come here seeking paradise. I came for answers.
Deboe says, had to catch up and drop a dead mouse in my lap once, then gave me a look when I let her know I was not pleased with said gift.
And suffering. And I found
Waltz S says, should have ate it. Elder Birdwatcher says, the cat believes you to be an inadequate hunter and is providing for you. Slurs says, bet the kitty would have been stoked if ya took a fat bite.
You have selected Microsoft Hazel as the default voice. You have selected Microsoft Susan as the default voice.
You have selected Microsoft Zira as the default voice.
Waltz S says, to teach my cat how to hunt I got down on all fours and stalked a mouse, pounced on it and bit its head off. Linibria says, SUS. Slurs says, the mouse or cat. Slurs says, XD. Waltz S says, both. Neil Backdraft says, COVID 2.0 Mouse Edition. Slurs says, oh smart. Droppin' World says, Ben, you realized your cat was actually a raccoon. Neil Backdraft says, and you are homeless. Slurs says, sounds like a fun trip XD. Devoye says, hell no. Raccoons are crazy. Cats are just, kinda crazy. Insane SCV1 says, being homeless ain't bad. I mean, assuming your ping is good. Ron Mura says, Ron Mura has reached level 5. Neil Backdraft says, I work at a zoo with a lady who owns 8 possums and
God damn it, I wish I'd stuck around and see what he said. Sounded so dumb. Okay, so you are doing this right? Yeah, you should be. Hurry up, you load. Load you. God, it's going to be a long day. I have to work until 10. It's only 7. Then I have to go take my laundry, put it in the wash, go down to the bank, then to the dispensary, then back to put my clothes in the dryer, and then go food shopping. Or no, I don't have to come back. No, I don't have to go draw. All I have to do is go food shopping after that, because they have a nice service where they'll just, for like $3 they'll put my washer in the dryer, my wash in the dryer. God, I love that, because it makes it so I can like go for 2 solid hours without having to come back. Cool, yeah, it sounds good. You didn't crash, did you? See,
Pyrofrost says, Pyrofrost has reached level 3.
I guess you can't tell it what default to use. That sucks. Oh wow, that's alright.
Bengal Bandit says, where can I find thick hide and fur? Slurs says, I think gators and higher level mammals. Bengal Bandit says, thanks.
Coconut and egg. That'll be money. Ah.
Cyan Rathmorn says, Cyan Rathmorn has reached level 31. Shiny Bald says, LOL oops. Dildrin says, Tut. Dildrin says, MT. Pantherax says, get a healer. One Hi Dad says, One Hi Dad has reached level 23. YouTube Lazia says, YouTube Lazia has reached level 10. YouTube Lazia says, YouTube Lazia has reached level 12. YouTube Lazia says, YouTube Lazia has reached level 13. Velos says, I just wanna say I'm really glad this game has teabagging. Brother of Jesus says, so is your mom. Velos says, surprised face. Brother of Jesus says, you left that wide open. Dubois says, I literally LOL'd at that. Aram1W says, Aram1W dances. Velos says, I can't believe you've done this. YouTube Lazia says, YouTube Lazia has reached level 16. YouTube Lazia says, YouTube Lazia has reached level 21. Bengal Bandit says, I've killed gators. No thick hide. Do only certain LVLS drops it? Same with fur. Rankers says, Rankers has reached level 17. Brother of Jesus says, done what? Waltz says, wiki. Slur says, possibly, I was going off memory from like 8 months ago. Knee Deep in Clam says, you have to kill the sea gators for thick hide. Droppin' World says, thick hide is rank 4, slight 40s. Deep Copper says, Siren's chest wrap. Sealitha says, thick hide is usually LVL 40 and up. Bengal Bandit says, aw thanks a lot. Barky Dogma says, at Bengal Bandit yeah it's the higher levels. Slurs says, I'm sorry Bengal LOL. Bengal Bandit says, what about fur? Same. LVL 40s? Droppin' World says, fur is a rare drop, I have 3 after like 500 something mobs that LVL. Bengal Bandit says, oof. Slurs says, Slurs has reached level 23. Dropin World says, it's not blue rarity, but it is rare. Barky Dogma says, LOL, get a lucky perk skinning knife, I suppose. Barky Dogma says, or make skinning food. YouTube Lazia says, YouTube Lazia has reached level 23. YouTube Lazia says, YouTube Lazia has reached level 24. Tractor Kid says, anyone under LVL 60 please queue up for arena. Yameki says, Yameki has reached level 14. Barky Dogma says, I don't wanna. Tractor Kid says, I just wanna complete the quest, crying face. Yugolf says, what if we are over 60? Barky Dogma says, yeah, I'm level 65, can I still queue? Lasterbinder says, Lasterbinder has reached level 31. Tractor Kid says, what are arena so lock times in the 60 bracket? Tractor Kid says, I'm LVL 31 and have been in queue for 2 hours. Xzam says, usually instant. YouTube Lazia says, YouTube Lazia has reached level 25. Tractor Kid says, oh sweet.
Ooh, gear sets, huh?
Tegan Bright says, there's a bracket. I thought the under 60s got thrown in with everyone else with a 600 gear bump. Insane SCV1 says, no. Horse Voice says, no. Insane SCV1 says, LOL. Insane SCV1 says, that'd be an idea. Insane SCV1 says, AGS doesn't have those kind of things. Barky Dogma says, at Tegan Bright everyone at 600 gear score is at level 60. says, well, we already get enough people in the 60 games without PvP gear. Tegan Bright says, now you got a gear score grind. Drolly says, Drolly makes a threatening motion. Arky Dogma says, at Tegan Bright yeah, but there are upper limits based on levels lol. B4 Biogas says, X-Engineer hat pads. Tractor Kid says, what's the process to gear at 60 if I'm strictly a PvP player? Wanna do arenas, up here, and open world PvP? If someone can DM me and chat with me about that, he'll give you my tractor. Insane SCV1 says, buy 2 stat items off TP. X-Sam says, just PvP lol. Insane SCV1 says, 590 GS or higher. Arky Dogma says, at Tractor Kid you just don't do that. Arky Dogma says, shrimple as that. Tegan Bright says, wait till the expansion when the gear score grind is removed. Tractor Kid says, sweet, so I don't have to grind dungeons or any of that believed to be this PvP gear. Neil the Recluse says, Neil the Recluse has reached level 36. Christ B92 says, Christ B92 has reached level 25. Belus says, kinda weird if yo you not. Insane SCV1 says, nope. Insane SCV1 says, 2 stat pieces off TP work fine. Tegan Bright says, the old way is making sure you do all the world tours and then taxi runs of general. Lerhaloswin says, what's a taxi run? That's a new term I haven't heard. Tractor Kid says, what's a taxi run? Pay to get carried through it? Slurs says, I mean you'll still have to gear score grind but you won't have the plus 600 grind. Taxpa says, Taxi is the name of the boss at Tractor Kid. Tegan Bright says, taxi runs don't finish the dungeon. Lerhaloswift says, ah. Swift says, tuck. Tractor Kid says, got it? I haven't played in about a year, thanks for the answers, laughing face. Angel D says, how do you make it faster? Arky Dogma says, LDL 100 logging. Jeebus Christ. Jagnashi Potato says, Jagnashi Potato has reached level 10. Tegan Bright says, it's the best way to min-max gear with people who probably aren't geared enough to reliably finish it. Spinzo says, bat.
Thank you.
Cortez says, El Cortez has reached level 9. United Bank Fund says, XF.
Jesus, I'm level 10 already.
And Aldi says, why is it so hard right now? And Aldi says, W. And Aldi says, I got a log man, TNX for the runs. Talon Razorbane says, Talon Razorbane has reached level 23. Grizzly says, Grizzly has reached level 8. Kogum says, Kogum has reached level 17. Big Post 21 says, EGBW. Voice says, Dan, elite strongholds do not mess around LOL. Brother Brick says, no they don't. Emerald Flores says, solo was a bad idea LMAO. Centaur Milk says, okay but there is that one where you just gotta play hopscotch and jump rope. Sentinel Risa says, LMAO.
That's a Prisma Bloom. Fish-headed hammer. That's cool.
Lost World 18 says, the surgeon's scalpel. Divoye says, THX syndrome.
Small sturgeon, not bad.
Centaur Milk says, fire staff and ice gaunt feel okay for leveling I guess, until you fight anything with a shield. Grandmaster 4 says, WTS Bow Abyssal a ton, keenly impo, enchanted. Brother Brick says, at Centaur Milk best leveling is SNS. Brother Brick says, by the time we're 60 you can spec to tank as well. Centaur Milk says, I was planning to spec healer LOL. Though there seems to be an abundant lack of tanks. Centaur Milk says, must be real rough being a tank in this game. Merhallo Swift says, fire staff void gauntlet is fun. Hit them with staff. When they get close turn on the void blade and melee them down.
Not bad.
DR Stanky says, that's exactly what a goblin would say. Viral Virus says, hashtag not McGoblin.
That guy came through and looted it all. God damn it. No, it is the
Centaur Milk says,
Nope. Totally worthless.
Christ B92 says, yo. Doc Dusty says, tough. Zaya Iron Fist says, Umbral Shard X 10,000, full stack, equals 1k gold. G8 says, bleep lag detect. Shard Bearer Mako says, really help capital layout is awful. Bristly says, Bristly and Rage level 10. Right says, Booty Bay. LOL. Sentinel Risa says, yes in Strangle Thornvale right? Amber Forthright says, LOL.
Yep.
Scalper G says, Lumpy bro. Meager Sale says, love you healer babe. JJ says, I haven't had the boss in a while. Did they patch that XD? Sentinel Risa says,
God damn it. Fucking hitboxes.
JJJGO says. Vipt says, Vipt has reached level 11. JJJGO says, so what's happening to our gypsum works when the new season drops? They just going poop. Joshi says, I just killed it. Neandra DEI says, Neandra DEI has reached level 11. Halsey says, nah, they are used in recipes. Joshi says, good luck. JJJGO says, neat. says, Broke NX side has reached level 12.
Hello, guys. I love you. Soul Sprout. Soul Sprout.
Tiberius Spectre says, DM.
Oh.
That blue-eyed girl says, anyone want to help at the ancient console? I'm scared LMAO. Yurzov says, did anyone's trade skills like reset after not playing for like a year? All my gathering was maxed and now it's not. He says, are you on a new chart? Yurzov says, no. Vikinovich says, only new tunes can be made on this server. says, I literally was going to craft Phoenix Weave and it said it was only LVL 69 and was mind blown. Yusuf says, Ben checked and like half of my skills stayed and half are at a random level. That blue-eyed girl says, anyone near the Fulgurus? I need haul. That blue-eyed girl says, he's scary. One Nico once says, M. Runaway Slop says, that blue-eyed girl says, yes, I'm a noob. It. Runaway Slob says, I'm a noob too. Runaway Slob says, welcome fellow noobs. Ton 1C says, Q3D3. NX side says, Broke NX side has reached level 13. Claude Elaine says, Claude Elaine gives the thumbs up. Shardbearer Mako says, is there an open PvP area? Like Ziga? Microflow says, anywhere not in town. That blue-eyed girl says, thanks to whoever tried helping. Easy face, we are too low of level, that dude is too strong. Microflow says, if you flag.
What's up, Aquinas? On my first playthrough, it was Spear and Blunderbuss, and then I graduated to Great Sword and Life Staff on heavy, and now I'm going Void Gauntlet and Great Axe. And so I know a whole bunch of I've capped almost every weapon. Yeah, I've capped. I haven't capped Sword and Shield, but I've done Great Sword, Blunderbuss, Spear, Bow, Musket, Rapier, all to 20. Void Gauntlet to 20, and across several different characters. Life Staff to 20, and that's it. Spear is really good. I love Spear. Spear is that chunk piercing. It's so good. Spear is like technically my favorite weapon, but then they finally made one better, which was great. So Great Sword.
jumping. Okay, computer says, can I get mounts yet? Kyra says, tut. Greed 0VG says, skip blue yakarang 1 slot LG next. Esther says, no. Chimchi the 3RD says, I'll plus please you mount. Stanky says, we needed help with rules.
Yeah, I maxed out 200 of all of them, yeah. On my main. I'm sorry, I've never done weaponsmithing or armor smithing, but I've maxed alchemy, logging, mining, way past 200. All the big ones, I've done, yeah, I've never done weaponsmithing or armoring or engineering, but oops, sorry. Yes, on my main. This is gonna be my new main, and I'll probably cap all this stuff because they're doing big changes for the expansion I learned today. But I've capped jewel crafting all the way past 200 to, like, I don't know, 300 or 400 something. They keep giving you plus levels when you cap 200. Jewel crafting, arcana. I've capped cooking. I've capped furnishing, smelting, woodworking, leatherworking, logging, mining, fishing, music, weaving, stone cutting, harvesting, and tracking and skinning. I've capped all of those on my main, except for these three, because these are basically worthless. I mean, I would say they're like really good at the start of the expansion or start of the game. Otherwise, they're basically this huge money, time, profit sink that I felt basically equalized to zero loot. And I really fundamentally believe this way. I think these three are basically just a huge money time sink for people so they can try to get their Steam achieves and stuff. Then they end up spending like 1,200 hours to get all three of these capped because this right here is actually the longest grind in the game. And it's not easy, and it's a nightmare, and it takes you to annoying places and all this stuff. And one of the things that I fundamentally disagree with is almost always you have to do dungeon runs to get the materials that you need to craft the higher level stuff to even get the XP to level the armor smithing or anything like that. So by the time I capped out brimstone sands and got all of my heavy armor to 625 gear score and expertise, and all of my weapons that I used to 625 gear score and expertise and stuff, I began to understand that the game was going to basically screw me into running dungeons and mythics with shitty neckbeard boomers with bad attitudes who just scream at me in chat and shit if I make a single mistake, like some kind of fucking mythic WoW raider, you know? And when I realized they were going to do that to me, I just stopped working on those. I was like, no, and also some of the storyline makes you go to dungeons too, which is kind of annoying. I mean, it's not that the dungeons are bad, it's that they're... Well, I mean, yes, I believe fundamentally that every dungeon in this game is bad. I do fundamentally believe that, yeah. I mean, I hate saying it, but I really thought the dungeons were fucking weak, pieces of shit, linear. The bosses were fun, I will admit, but I don't like fighting them, and I don't like the dungeons, so... You know, to each their own, but they put a whole bunch of content behind that, and then that's kind of annoying. I don't like that, you know? You said, I tried to do weaponsmithing, hit a wall. Yeah, you hit a wall with it. And the wall is running dungeons for crappy and I ran a lot of ECRs, so I started to see that I could do the crafting if I wanted to, and I can always go back to the main and finish. What it really is a lot of fucking mutated dungeons and a lot of fucking ECRs, and I actually kind of got around the mutated dungeons by doing the ECRs. It was per capita way better expertise and gain and loot and money, and like by the end of it, you make like 15,000 to 30,000 gold a day, you know, off just running ECRs and shit like that. It was so good. But then I don't know, you hit these walls with the crafting. And my other question is, it's very, very, very expensive, right? It's very, very expensive to buy the legendary level tier 5 materials to do weaponsmithing. You'll see something like here. I have this Night Vale rapier GS 600. It's a nice legendary rapier, right, from the Night Vale Hollow 2022. And so this is cool, but to get the trifecta on the Night Vale rapier, excuse me. It's like these 5,000 gold scarabs and these 5,000 gold legendary mats and these 5,000 gold hilts that you make for the sword and this, and so by the end of it, you've dumped like 25 to 35,000 gold to produce one legendary, which gets you like a little bit of a level. And that's the wall. That's the wall. That's at that point, you might as well go, if you want to speed that up, you got to go to mutated dungeons and ECR runs all day and become basically a WoW raider. And that's cool, but I mean, I never played the game for that. My whole vibe was like, how much money can I make as a solo player so I never ever have to step foot in a fucking dungeon or deal with anybody else directly ever again? And then that's kind of how I play with this game. It's fitting for a streamer's approach. Good discussion. I like talking about New World. I've spent some time here. It's a great place, you know. With 64 gigabytes of RAM, I'm noticing that I like the game a lot more because it plays a lot more like Dark Souls and a lot less like Rust. But I mean, they're both on the Unity engine. They both have problems. Like, for instance, both Rust and this game are on the Unity engine, which is, like, frankly, a tragedy. Because you can see it has problems. Like the Unity engine is dying today. And you can see it. Like, if I switch from game capture to display capture, like, and I go back to the New World, and I'll pull the screen back so I can see what you're seeing. But you can see the obvious fucking problems with the Unity engine. It's a cheaper, shittier engine with weird display issue problems on what's it called? On display adapters and stuff, and frame rates when it comes to big worlds like this, like big Rust games like this. You can tell the Unity engine, it actually has fundamental problems, and you can see this witnessing here. Unoptimized games like this are kind of a tragedy, and so I'm going to switch it off this before I make you guys sick, but understand that, like, that could be Unity can have its problems, and this is a Unity game, so I think that was one of the things that, yeah, it can be rough. Unity can be rough. I don't mind Unity. I think it's a respectable engine, but I mean, despite after what happened yesterday, but you can still see how you can see the value of the Unity engine. It's fucking beautiful, but it still has struggles. Like, for instance, this stuff, that's Unity. See it? That stuff, see it? That's Unity. That's how they got Elden Ring. I mean, that's how they get these fast load times. When you're up close to the thing, you see it. That's an example of the Unity engine. The first time I ever really saw it in complete usage was, like, I think 2 Worlds 2, which still to this day I think is like the greatest looking game on the Xbox 360. It outdoes Skyrim Legendary Edition, particularly because Unity can be good. in the right situation, Unity can be amazing for frame rate and all this other stuff, but it didn't do so well here. I feel like a lot of the nerds left this game because they had issues, you know. When you go to an ECR run, and those are like dead now. I mean, they were really good about 6 months ago to a year ago, but the ECRs are dead now, and that's pretty much the death knell for the game. If the guys aren't doing something, mutated dungeons won't cut it. The outpost rush won't cut it. I'm sorry, but like, hopefully, I mean, new expansion content will cut it. But I mean, they did a lot of stuff to try and save this game, but I don't know. There's some fundamental things that still are causing a bad leakage of population. And it's unfortunate. I like this game, and I'm not trying to talk shit at all. I'm talking about it's tragic, because I think it's a great game, honestly. If we come and look at New World here, we're going to see a drop down. Oh, it's not even in the top 100 or something anymore. Oof. Yeah, I mean, Albion Online is doing better than New World, and I mean that's not a surprise, but it's just funny. It's Divinity Original Sin 2 is doing better than New World. That's just frankly tragic. It's a little tragic. No, wait, I'm sorry. There's New World sitting at 18,000, which is about what it's been for 2 solid years now. So we're okay. Game's good enough. 18,000 is what EVE Online has, and I stuck around that game for 20 years. So I think it's a good game, I would say. I like it more and more the better each year goes by, as the performance gets better and then gens catch up, and you know, and I get better RAM and I don't have such bad hitching and stuff. The game feels really good when it's trying to deliver what I tried to tell the community what it was. Dark Souls RuneScape, right? It's Dark Souls RuneScape. Like, right there's my nice, ooh, tell me they're light. Are they light? No. Oh, well, I mean, I'm sorry, nope. This thing is no good. I need that equipped. And so it's a Dark Souls RuneScape, because I can come over here to my, I don't know, I never played that much RuneScape, but I mean, I come over here to my RuneScape town, and I get in my cool, like, like Dark Souls combat, like this, you know, and stuff, and I'm like, and yeah, screw you, and dodge, you know, and all this, and stay there, I don't want you on me or anything, right? And you get your cool Dark Souls combat, but if you come right over here, like right over here, just right outside this dungeon, is like a whole bunch of like foraging. We call this Helm in the Final Fantasy XI community. There's some carrots, right? I mean, Aquinas knows this, but I mean, it's a good game when it comes to the farming, I would say. It has the rust farming that I look for in good games, you know? Because, you know, right outside of this Dark Souls combat, you can run right over the fuck over here, pick this bush. You know, it's got that, you know, that Daisy, Rust, like, extraction game farming to it. Chop, you know. Build a camp, set up a spawn point. It's got that survival itch. And I frankly don't know why this game didn't do better, because I think it is a lot better than most of the games in that 100 list, frankly. I think it's a top 20 game for me, and I don't know why this game tanks so bad. I think part of it was they launched too early. I think they should have waited like another 2 or 3 fucking years. But, you know, who knows? You never know. Sometimes you just got to go for it, you know? I know, I love Fresh Start. I wish they would do more of it. I really wish. To me, the most fun part is when everyone's leveling together, trying to claim territory and stuff. Me too. That's when this game is fucking hopping. Like, okay, yeah, like, I have a good video about this right here, right? The first day of the open beta, right? The first day of the open beta, like, this guy and a bunch of other dudes, like, took over, you know, called Hit Squad. We took over,
He needs to do it. He needs to pull the trigger and fucking buy this thing. Who cares if people show up or not? I think the people who care are here already. I just want to make a statement about Syndicate taking over. This is
It was Beth Gizo, right? Yeah, and like this RP shit, right? I hadn't seen anything like this almost ever. I'd seen it in World of Warcraft. That's about it. Maybe PlanetSide or Rust or something. You never see stuff like this. You know, this is very rare, and this shit's dope. You know, I don't care what everybody says. Like, you know, and I talked about the scope of it. This was day one of the open beta. You know,
that fucking sexy. Donated to the war effort, and I got fucking dominated. I gotta get down there and get that fucking flag. All these guys are wearing shit.
yeah. And so then we had this big fight.
Yeah. Can I get down there? Oh, yes, I can. This is cool because they can't get up to you. So and you have cover. You see, begin to see the Rust stuff where a rifleman, and then there is rifles in this game. I don't know if I have one on me. Do I have another rifle on me? Yeah.
This was a long time ago. This was 9, 10, 21s, which, what is that, 2.5 years ago, long before I was ever even a streamer. I was like putting shit on like this on YouTube just to see. And I did get like 29 views. It was cool. I mean, it wasn't a lot, but I mean, you know, but it was still a cool video.
But yeah.
Names Dante Matter says.
Yeah, you can be a rifleman up here. I can't aim.
Dante Matter says.
I can't aim without ammo. But yeah, and like you can use this for cover. You can pop out, fire a shot, come back, and like it's the RPG I always wanted.
Anyways, I didn't mean to get caught on my own video here. Sorry. But you know, yeah, I like, and that RP shit of taking a fort and all that was so good when it was live, and it was huge, and everyone was here. It was like some of the best gameplay I've seen in years. Damn it, I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Doesn't that look like a fucking bot name to you? Looks like a fucking bot name to me. Fucking bot name. That looked like a bot to me.
That blue-eyed girl says, I just clicked unstuck. Kimchi the 3RD says, make a new Steam account. Boogadoo says, GG. Hyena the Lost says, delete system 32. Healer Babe says, get a new computer. Names Dante Matter says, Alt Control Delete. Royal Jays says, throw PC in back. Healer Babe says, burn your house down. That blue-eyed girl says, guys. Snap LMAO. Hyena the Lost says, get a job at NASA and become an astronaut. JAC Mills says, ING. Dante Matter says, blame Donald Trump. Insane SCV1 says, indefinite options here. Insane SCV1 says, we're onto something for sure. Names Dante Matter says, everything is. LOL. Centaur Milk says, sell wine, buy new PC, get new account. All problems fixed. Insane SCV1 says, he's deaf why we can't have nice things. Viral Virus says, but he'll be making us then. Healer Babe says, problems were solved with step 1. That blue-eyed girl says, short bus. Names Dante Matter says, take coding class, hack a game, we write the code and fix it yourself to get out. Names Dante Matter says, rewrite asterisk. Kimchi the 3RD says, imagine being blue-eyed. That blue-eyed girl says, imagine not being blue-eyed. LH says, yeah man we write the code. Triage OG says, just got the stat. says, Aryan race superior. DR Stanky says, blue eyes white dragon? That blue-eyed girl says, yes. Names Dante Matter says, anyone running MRYK Forest? Georgia says, CR. Arkanoe says, meow. Xylia 9thania says, is my UI screwed up or can you not gather fresh water from bodies anymore? Tried FE, WW, and somehow not world. Insane SCP1 says, restart. DR Stanky says, are you trying to gather from the ocean? Scalper G says, firm belief 2% chance of transmog token is beyond broken. Says, 3 weeks with full luck gear and no transmog token drop yet. Xylia 9thania says, no bleep gonna try the restart. Hyena the Lost says, wait aren't you supposed to be able to get transmog tokens from loot? Sir Conrad says, any egg groups? Griffin Georgia says, XECR please. Griffin Georgia says, X wall. PC Beach Bum says, why have transmog, it is nothing but a WoW copy. Bloody BIL says, I've got 4 with no luck gear. Centaur Milk says, if I learn to be a good tank think people will like me. Since we seem so short on them. DR Stanky says, because people complained about not having it. Hyena the Lost says, because fashion beach bum. Hyena the Lost says, fashion is the true end game of anything. Griffin Georgia says, X wall. Xylia 9thania says, Relo getting work. Says, next thing they will add is pets. Just like WoW. Centaur Milk says, I would be okay with pets. That blue-eyed girl says, I want a cat. Centaur Milk says, as long as they look cool. I like cool collectibles. Says, X-Wall please. Hyena the Lost says, I mean, we sort of have pets, but for our houses. DR Stanky says, you act like taking personal things from the most played MMO. Arkanoe says, MOA. Arkanoe says. Grimoire says, X-Wall. Centaur Milk says, I think Civ is most played now. Nova Sator says, lots of games have that stuff, not just WoW. Hyena the Lost says, they also have pets. 60Z says, and now borrowed dungeons from D&D, very little originality in the world. Centaur Milk says, as long as we don't take PRP from them I would be okay. Reverend Pride says, ONGL that OPR was bleeding great, GGPs. Griffin Georgia says, X-Wall. Hyena the Lost says, Ergo, pets are key to being a successful MMO. Nova Sator says, pets and cat girls. Reverend Pride says, it's called the sun. Cattersf says, X-Wall. Michael the OK says, X-Wall. Centaur Milk says, yeah just use the shadow of a tray like a sundial, smiley face. 60Z says, in-game clock is for polished games. Reverend Pride says, for heckin' look up. Nova Sator says, true gamers don't know about the sun. Drake Newgate says, the PPL top test the PPR. Kimchi the 3RD says, what's sun? Griffin Georgia says, SWWWWWXWall please. Drake Newgate says, you see the changes to mages. Kimchi the 3RD says, I know moon. Reverend Pride says, praise the big bright clock in the sky. Drake Newgate says, Lelian says, I have a quest I can't complete, bug, and can't abandon, any ideas other than unpin? Reverend Pride says, well, when sun not there. Nighttime. Reverend Pride says, that's how you'll know it's nighttime. Griffin Georgia says, X-Wall please. Drake Newgate says, they say gonna buff. Griffin Georgia says, tough. Cattersf says, X up. Crow Strong Arm says, sun gone? Night, or cloudy. Reverend Pride says, no, cloudy is night. This is Warrior Way.
So cool looking. Fucking scarabs are so sweet.
Says, X-Wall. 60Z says, can't see squad. Night. Pumpkin Jack RP says, GG. Reverend Pride says, sun equals day. Wait, bleep sorry guys, I was reading, how to tell time for greens my bad. Snoop Doggy says, XWT. Reverend Pride says, I checked Yellow's livery for the answer, they judge the time of day by the cup of piss they're on. 1. Morning. 2. Midday. 4. Afternoon. More time. Sir Conrad says, any egg groups? Insane SCV1 says, sounds so terrible. Reverend Pride says, Bear Grylls was right up to a point, but that man made too much money to be drinking his own PP voluntarily. Bohangalicious says, our eggs is done? That blue-eyed girl says, any help for Dev? I'm healer. Six OZ says, sun's out and it's raining here in Morningdale. Arkanoe says, who likes cheese? Runaway Slob says, me I'm about to get a pizza. Alondis says, is the 20k house the biggest? X-Zone Trooper says, X-Zone Trooper has reached level 14. DR Stanky says, 20k is the biggest. Bohangalicious says, think so, 5k, 10k, 15k, 20k. Reverend Pride says, you're about to get pizza huh? Puts on tinfoil hat. Do you know about Pete Saget? Where the yellows, and the greens, banded together, to steal kids, and sell them to Epstein. Cowrie-Firge says, Cowrie-Firge has reached level 22. Sapphirevale says, asterisk. Nookable says, Epstein Depp killed himself. Nookable says, LOL. Jed the NPC says, should I buy my first house now, or wait for the swap? Reverend Pride says, you can have up to 3. Reverend Pride says, so both. DR Stanky says, unless you love the idea of having a house in Eden Grove, then buy one now. Jed the NPC says. Reverend Pride says, yeah, that. JJJ Chio says, Dev get a house now. You can have 3. Necroflows says, I'd say now. You put trophies in your place for good stats and expand your storage by putting chests in that. Kolayak says, everyone should HAB Emit Hut in Eden Grove. Jimmy NPC says, thanks dudes. Pride says, having 4K extra storage is, moans. Silica says, get house now and start getting your trophies in place. Great Newgate says, but must be T4 how please. Rafa 19 says, EA. Rafa 19 says, Cloud 2 BS1. Reverend Pride says, best to go with the most expensive house, because eventually you'll want to upgrade. Insane SCV1 says, NA doesn't need to be T4. Insane SCV1 says, not for trophies. T4 just for storage. HHHO says, having the fast travel back to town from house is also helpful for traveling quick all over. Makes leveling more efficient. Michael the OK says, smiley face. Reverend Pride says, T4 is just for storage yes, but again. Bones. Fade Nilo says, X south of Fortune's Crossing. Silica says, if you haven't bought a house yet, you get 5k discount making T1 houses free. Sachi Bell says, T4 is nice for first house since it's half off as well. Reverend Pride says, nah the reduced to 5k flat. Omor PLS says, one of you sugar daddy buy me a house. Insane SCV1 says, just need at least one house to have that 4-5k storage limit. Sachi Bell says, Laura Theora says, just run LOL. X Gladkill X says, chat is sexy this morning. Rafa 19 says, okay is okay. JJJ Chio says, oh yeah forgot about first time buyers 50% off, it's still a pain to get the Turatory rep for a max tier first house though. DR Stanky says, no you. Insane SCV1 says, NA board quests easy mode. JA Murphy 709 says, you'll be your new world girlfriend if you buy me a T4 house. Shamshell says, it's 5k not 50%.
Good fight.
Reverend Pride says, to be fair I'm high as bleep and should probably shut up from annoying everyone but DR Stanky says, it hasn't been 50% off for a very long time. Laura Fiora says, just run LOL. Rafa 19 says, come 1vs1. Laura Fiora says, run baby. Sachi Bell says, that's how long ago I bought my first house. Sachi Bell says, XD. Rafa 19 says, one stupid dude. Laura Fiora says, call your friend dammit. DR Stanky says, T4 is 20k. Rafa 19 says, AHH not yet. DR Stanky says, 415k if it's your first house. Rafa 19 says, come 1vs1. Luna Elena says, 30. Michael the OK says, this WT sucks LOL. Reverend Pride says, that's the kicker. Luna Elena says, which is easy if you are a crafter. Silica says, no territory level for T1 house. Reverend Pride says, 10. Scortusi says, Shamshell says, LBL 10. Reverend Pride says, gotta be 10 to own a home there. X Sam says, Q3v3. That blue-eyed girl says, well anyone wanna do Starstone Barrows? Need to pass time to level 45. X Sam says, OMG Reverend. Reverend Pride says, I.e., but bleep Sam. X Sam says, haven't seen this Sentinel. Reverend Pride says, yep, I quit like, mid Discord call XDLOL. Drake Newgate says, someone see the changes to the mages on PTR? Luna Elena says, they can use GA now. Scalper G says, at Drake Newgate 1 by then. X Sam says, I quit after Odium died. JJJ Chio says, they getting buffed right? Or no that's Rangers. Sir Conrad says, Brim South Egg Group, need more people, send X-Step. Insane SCV1 says, what's a mage? X-Zam says, for a little bit. Claude Elaine says, Claude Elaine gives the thumbs up. Cardagan says, XM. Alondis says, what's the best way to get town renowned? Savage Fred says, get on the foreline. Reverend Pride says, well, I drank the Kool-Aid and went purple, because yellow here was bled. Luna Elena says, crafting at Alondis. Savage Fred says, need 10 to start. X-Zam says, I may go back yellow. Drake Newgate says, yes, my ask is that if they get buffed. Savage Fred says, don't just stand there guys lol. JJJ Chio says, I just like the color purple, smiley face. X-Zam says, not likely but looks fun ATM. Cardagan says, there are 3 artifact weapons with alternate stat scaling on PTR. Luna Elena says, if you broke, town boards and corruption breaches at Alondis. Cardagan says, which might enable some cool builds. Savage Fred says, we have enough just get on the dude. Badenilo says, eggs south of Fortune's Crossing. Savage Fred says, touch him like it's prom night haha. Luna Elena says, GA/FS looks nasty. Cardagan says, intelligence great axe, strength fire staff and dexterity void gauntlet. Robin Fox says, question, what is the best PvE melee weapon? JJJ Chio says, can't wait for club, UNGA bunga. Savage Fred says, keeper a get over here. Insane SCV1 says, hatchet. Luna Elena says, whatever you enjoy playing at Robin Fox. Doc Holmes says, keeper it, diddle this mage. Savage Fred says, lies. Robin Fox says, so hatchet and grey tax? Dr. Stanky says, rapier, GS, and hatchet are all top tier melee weapons. X-Unknown player says, what 2 weapon is best to LVL up as a beginner? Savage Fred says, he says as it starts. Insane SCV1 says, spear hatchet. Robin Fox says, I mean more for PvE lol I know some weapons are good for PvP. Insane SCV1 says, spear bow. Hyena the Lost says, honestly, up to you. I've tried most of them, and I think I enjoy them to a point. Hinokita says, partial fire staff / ice monster. Hyena the Lost says, I do keep going back to grey tax and hatchet though and have delays of choice. That blue-eyed girl says, I've always liked Warhammer and Life Staff. Guitar Stanky says, it's a lot of personal preference. Wild Wish says, I've always liked girls with little titties. Centaur Milk says, I'm leveling ATM with FS/IG is decent. Not much I can do against shield enemies except slowly wear them down. Maybe once I get my last skills. Luna Alina says, if you don't enjoy this weapon, you will not have an easy time leveling up. Completionism says, how's IG plus? Luna Alina says, it's gonna be different for everyone. That blue-eyed girl says, too bad you can't get any girls. Wild Wish says, I have a wife. Straight face. That blue-eyed girl says, sure thing bud. Notable says, I'm sorry for your loss. Wild Wish says, stop being mean. Hyena the Lost says, I also have his wife. Insane SCV1 says, not likely. That blue-eyed girl
What's
says,
up, number 2? How are you?
Cardagan says,
Having a good day or night, whatever the case may be. Rolf the Wary, huh? Oh. It's good to see you guys.
Milk says, on launch I leveled as hammer/GS
Oh yeah, I'm still live. Yeah, it's a big day. It's kind of a big day for me.
Insane SCV1
Just a
says,
second.
I save out / spear solo PvE first time through. Insane SCV.
Today I have to do my laundry, and a friend of the family is coming to help clean my place while I'm gone, and I have to go to the dispensary and the grocery store, and that's all coming up here in about an hour, like maybe an hour, hour and a half, something like that. And so I'm just playing games until it's time to go. And so at the end of my shift, I'm gonna go do laundry and I'm gonna do my grocery shopping and go to the dispensary and the bank and all that stuff. And because I've been working nights, this is like the only time that I have to do this. And it's better if I'm out of the place while she's cleaning it and all this stuff. So I've got a bunch of shit I gotta do here in about an hour. So it's just kind of, yeah, busy day, yeah. I don't do this often though. About once every 2 to 4 weeks, I'll do a big, laundry shopping day, get all the stuff out of the way. But I'm a pretty solitary sort of stay-at-home person, and so sometimes the days are big, sometimes they aren't. Oh shit! Oops. Yes, and then so I'm on for like another hour, and then that ends this. Now it'll be a 16-hour shift. And then I will be back here at like, I don't know, 4 p.m. And I will sleep for probably 10 hours or something like that. So I imagine I'll probably be up around like 12, probably 8 like 12 or probably about midnight, 11, 12, something, maybe 11 o'clock. So I'll probably sleep from 4 till 11 today. So about 11 p.m. PST, I'll get up, and I'm slowly trying to roll it back forward. But I mean, I've got non-24 conformative syndrome, where like I almost never ever go to sleep the same time ever. I don't have a circadian rhythm, so it drives most people crazy. So some days I'll be in bed by 3 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 7 in the morning, 10 in the morning. Some days I'll be in bed at 11 o'clock at night. Some days it'll be 6. I have a totally free open schedule, so it's, yeah. Thank you for watching me all night, by the way. I think that's very sweet of you to do. I appreciate that. A lot of people won't, thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that. That's very sweet. Yeah, well, like 99.99% of humanity does, but I mean, there's a small part of us who are just crazy and are on the autism spectrum and just don't have the same brain wiring. And yeah, like the story I always tell is like, there was times when I was like 5 to 8 years old when I was falling asleep in class because I would go to bed at a different time every single day. My parents would force me on it, but they would put me to bed sometimes 7, 8, 9 p.m. But I would just be lying in bed for hours or under the bed with a flashlight or something. And adulthood for me started at about the age of like 13 when the divorce was, when nobody told me when I had to go to bed anymore. My mom would, but she would like, go to bed, you have school, kind of stuff. But it was a constant battle like that. He said, I used to be able to stay up all night until I was like 20. Oh, I mean, I did it until I was like 30 until I got clean at the age of 38. I mean, I was up all day, all night, days on end sometimes. I mean, I did it way late. I was a party kid for 25 years or something like that, and I don't really recommend it. Wrecks your body. Ah, 436, not bad. Another thing that was kind of weird is for about 13 years I was a taxi driver, and they liked me because they knew I would work a 16-hour shift pretty much every day. Almost all my life I've worked doubles. I'm also the laziest piece of shit you'll ever fucking meet. But when I do work, I work doubles. Like pretty much 14, 16 hours. Sometimes longer. I'll just keep on going. 16, 24, 36. Like, you know, I like work schedules to me are what needs to be done, you know? And I'd be like, okay, well, I'm short on rent. I'm short $360 for rent, and I have 2 days. Well, okay, well, that's two, you know, that's like that's either a 16-hour shift or don't pay rent, one or the other. Song of the Weirdwoods, nice, yeah. I think I know that one, right? Yeah, I did. How's this guy gonna run right past marijuana, man? Wait. Shit. Maybe I did this wrong, huh? Shit. I think I did, because I kind of need... Yeah, I kind of did fuck that up. Oops. Shit. Oh, there we go. That's perfect. There we go. Perfect. There it is. Better. And then, yeah, Great Axe is taking a little while, but that's alright. Potatoes. Boil them, stick them, boil them, peel them, stick them in a stew. Potatoes. Potatoes are good money. People pay good money for food. Shit, what level am I? I am, oh yeah, like, yeah, what level am I, man? Like, do I have a level, or? I'm 15, okay. Bad front end. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. It's so much money in corn. And the guy ran past it. Corn. Really? Okay. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. MK1. Sekiro for how much? $30. That's not bad. Game of the year. Oops. Ah. Can't get you to do this. Ooh. Ooh, that's some money. Sorry. Right on, right on. That sounds good. Let's light up a big fat one up for the fucking world. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to spend about $100 on marijuana today. It's been about 30 days since I last did that. All right, all right. Oh, I smell it. I smell what you're... Yeah, I smell you. I smell you. Yeah, there we go. So, Great Axe. Unstoppable Greed. Mauler, or... I can't do Reap. Okay, that's really good. I want to buy towards that. Yeah. I have, yes, but the problem is I am a hash user, and it takes machines and knowledge and time and money and effort to produce, and I wouldn't know how to get. It would probably be expensive to buy these tips and stuff. It's just, you know, it's much easier to pay the $13 to $23 for the canister than it is to grow the plants, water them, watch them die when I ignore them, harvest, cure them, dry them, finger hash them probably because I suck and I don't really know how to cultivate marijuana that well. I mean, I've done it and I've grown plants and I can do that, but getting it to the point where it's like hash oil, getting it to the hash oil is dangerous because usually you would use butane to do that, and I don't really want to like buy butane. I don't want to do all that. It's kind of like why I would pay McDonald's for a hamburger, you know? I'd rather just buy the cartridges from the beautiful dispensary people. I support their lifestyles and giving them money. I tip them $10 and I don't mind. But I have thought a lot actually about growing marijuana, but the problem is, unless I had like someone who was horticulturally inclined, or like somebody who wanted to do the garden, or somebody who wanted to do the harvest or any of that, if it takes me away from my job, I don't want to do it. Damn it. Yeah, and like, you know, so I mean, not just, now I believe I have the expertise to do that. I think everything but buying the canisters, that I think I would hit a barrier maybe. But I do have the expertise to grow the marijuana, get the seeds, grow the marijuana, you know, feed them nutrients and take care of them and you know, all that stuff. And then cure and dry. I've done all of it. I know how to make the boxes with the strings and the, you know, I know how to, I was a trimmer for a couple of years and stuff. Can trim it and I can try to make essence of weed, but I've never been inclined to do that sort of craft work. I've never been inclined to do that sort of work. And I'd much rather pay the people who would actually rather enjoy doing that stuff, like a lot of my close friends who taught me how to do that stuff. So this is one of those times where I like the convenience. I'd rather go do the convenience. Now, you know what I would like to do, and I've been thinking about a lot, is I'm out in the Pacific Northwest, and out here, they tax you for, I mean, what they call it, the device tax, right? They tax you for your vices out here pretty bad. Cigarettes, tobacco, alcohol, marijuana. Those things are not very cheap here. I'm sorry, the marijuana is cheap here, but the taxes for them are not. And neither is it for the liquor. Like, so where I come from in Colorado, like you like have like a lot of access to a lot of alcohol and stuff. The hell was that? I don't know. And so, you know, so like a handle of vodka there will be like $17 to $28. Here it's like $32 to $45. It's like, I mean, like a pint will be 24. A handle will be like 38 to like 48, somewhere around there. And so what you know what work I wouldn't mind doing is I was looking into simple home brews of alcohol. Because I wouldn't mind, I wouldn't want to drift into alcoholism, but I wouldn't mind making my own beer, I think, or maybe if not beer, I don't know, like distill some spirits maybe. But it was a little bit harder than I thought it would be, you know, when I looked at the process and stuff. But honestly, what I can't get around is paying, like, so where I'm from, you can get like, I mean, it's weird because microbrewery beer out here is actually about the same price as it was back in Colorado, but it's still $7 more tax every bottle, if that makes sense. So it's weird. The beer is the same price, but in Colorado you don't pay the extra $7 fucking tax a bottle, you know? And so that I would not mind getting around. The marijuana out here is actually the cheapest and almost, it's not quite the same quality as Colorado, but it's definitely like this, definitely cheaper. The marijuana is cheaper here than it is in Colorado. Now it's not as good as it is Colorado, but it, you know, it's definitely, like, you know, it's definitely like cheaper because I think like the average gram, like I'll show you a price at the place I used to go to, which was Live Well in Denver, Colorado, and we'll look at their price list, right? This is the most successful dispensary in Colorado. It's on the corner of Colorado. I'm sorry, it's on the corner of South Broadway. Well, I mean, they've got like 7 of them now, but the big one is on South Broadway in Alameda, which is pretty much like, it's like a 3/4 of a mile from the Capitol building. You know, it's like the big downtown dispensary that's like it's 3 stories and it's packed full, and you know the parking lot's always full and stuff. And we'll look at their prices real quick and then. Like, so I know that I can get sometimes either 2 hash carts at about 86 to 93% for like $24 where I'm at in the Pacific Northwest. But like the but in Colorado, because they move such higher quantity and they don't have the same vice taxes that we do, and they're much nicer about the dispensary tax and stuff. So I'm doing in Colorado. There's recreational and medical, and there is here too, but it's a little bit different. There, if you have medical, you can get plants signed over to you. And you can like get you can get like deals, like if you sign up your dispensary rights to somebody who lives in Colorado, or sorry, a dispensary in Colorado, they will give you an ounce of marijuana free every year. And you can choose to either get like an eighth a week or an eighth I think it's actually usually an eighth a month. Or you can just have them hand you the ounce when you sign up your growers' rights to them. So that's an example of how smoking marijuana or whatever, vaping marijuana or eating is marijuana in Colorado is a really popular thing. But if you are a Colorado resident, you can sign over your 6 plants that you get over to the dispensary, and they consider you a member, and then they offer you like 20% off grams, and they'll also hand you like a gram, often it's like 2 ounces over like a year, and they'll hand it to you up front because it's a better deal for them, but they can make a lot more money off that 6 plants than they can off the 2 ounces. So, and that's something that you might see in Colorado that you won't see in a lot of other places. California, you'll see it, but you won't see it in like a lot of other states in the union. That kind of like sort of deal where literally just for walking into a dispensary, like the first day that you walk in, you might come back out again with 2 ounces or whatever, like, hash carts or something like that. And when you go back in there, they're like, oh, we really like you. We're making a lot of money off your 6 plants. So here's 20% off every single time you come in. And here's your free eighth that you get every month. And if you only come in every month, you're definitely getting a free eighth each time you come in. That's the kind of stuff that I grew up on. And so you'll see especially if you bother to go get the $60 medicinal license, which any doctor in Colorado can get you, you'll see a joint for $8. Of like, I mean the THC isn't too good, but I mean the prices range, and so you can see like $20 for an eighth. I paid $50 all my life for Durban Kush. $50 an eighth. You can see it right there, right? I paid $50 for an eighth all my life for Durban Kush, right down the street from basically the same people. But now they sell me that same eighth for $20, and it's much higher quality. And you can see the kefir on it. Like one of the things I used to have them do with the dispensaries, I'd have them lay out like 12 jars, and I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna do a line, and they're like, do a line, and I go all the way down across the 16 jars, and they're like, would you like, they're going to ask you, would you like hybrid, would you like sativa, would you like whatever, what's the other one, sativa or indica. And I go, I don't fucking care about what you say it is. Put 16 jars on the counter, and I'm going to sniff each one. And they're like, you're one of the wisest customers I've ever come across. And I'm like, absolutely. So then I run across town, and the skunkier it smells, that's the THC. And you'd be surprised how often it smells like nutrients or lemon or sour. You're not looking for sour. THC smells like skunk, right? So the skunkier, the better the THC, because they're not lying to you about the percentages, but they are lying to you about the quality sometimes, maybe. Like the picture looks good, but what you buy in the store might not be as good as that day. So one of the things that I got around doing was I stopped buying bud. I just stopped buying bud, period. I stopped rolling joints because it's a lot of tar and stuff, and I switched to the vape cartridges. It's much harsher on your throat, dabbing and doing vape and stuff, but it's still a very pure form of essence of marijuana that I don't have to sniff down the 12 jars to go find the skunk that's actually worth the $20 an eighth, right? And so then if I wanted hash carts, what I came here to do was to compare hash carts. So let's see if we can get category here. Yeah, we're looking for vapes, right? We're looking for, they don't sell much in terms of, they've got a lot of variety. But you know, so their best cartridge is like a $45 vape cartridge, right? Oh my god. Did you aggro me again? I don't know. Anyways, so, you know, but they'll get us down all the way to like $20. And this is a gram cartridge. It's, you know, it's like $20. And they're not saying percentages because you have to come into the store. They don't know what the percentage is that day. So they won't tell you what the percentage is on the website. But usually it's like at a store like this, this is like the most successful dispensary in the world, I believe. I mean, I hate to say it, but probably per capita, they see the most marijuana tourism short of maybe Amsterdam or Huntington Beach. Or like say, there's a couple of other, like Berkeley, California is pretty famous for this, and there's some good scene in the Northern California and stuff. But no one really moves the weight that Colorado does. And I know it sounds like I'm jaded and stuff, and California's been doing it longer, but no one moves weight like Colorado does in terms of marijuana like tourism. We're the place that people come from all over the world. It's either Amsterdam or Denver, Colorado. And the reason they do this is Denver, Colorado is the Mile High City. So the marijuana that we grow in the Mile High City is the best in the world. Yeah, you'd have to go to the Alps. The only other place you can get that, right? That kind of quality of marijuana. The higher you are, the better the marijuana is, right? I'm not kidding. The higher your altitude is, the better the marijuana plant will grow and thrive and do better, right? And the more humid it is and stuff. And so the only two places in the world where you're really going to find that kind of altitude and that humidity is like the Alps, the Netherlands, and Colorado. Maybe a bit of California, maybe a bit of Montana, few places in the Northwest and stuff. You'll get a bit of the same kind of lush stuff, Northern California, right? But nobody moves like Live Well does. Nobody in the world moves like Live Well. And you'll understand when you go there and there's like 75 fucking people standing out there in a line outside the door. And they're all looking to blow something like between $100 and $500 or something like that. And you begin to understand like this, you know, this is a bit different. So then I came up on like you can blow $45 on cartridges if you want. But since like 2008, I've been able to buy like I'm talking like $11 hash cartridges, but they were always too hardcore for me. I was never willing to do the hash high 24/7 like I do now. But I mean, I have no girlfriend, no life, no job. I mean, I have a job, but who cares if I'm high? I'm high at this job. Nobody cares, right? I mean, if they care, I don't want them in the channel. So, you know, so I never really had that luxury to just kick back and smoke and vape hash. Right, Florida, right? Florida has some of the best marijuana in the world, but it's also sea level, so it's not the best. The closer you are to sea level, the worse the plant does. It's something funny about plants. You know, I don't know why, but it's something about altitude. Plants like altitude. That's why you see a lot of trees in cold forest areas and stuff. The thinner the air, the cleaner the oxygen is, and the better the plant kind of does. But I mean, it also depends on how cold it is and how far north of the equator it is. It's not always an absolute. But so you see that like you can range from an Evo Lab Chroma refill syringe. See it? Which will inject to a fucking... It'll inject to like a $1,400 vape device. My friend A, she was into them. She had these like, I mean, 3 to 5 to 7, depending on what her mood was. And she would inject Evo Lab Chroma stuff like this, right? It's an entirely different culture. The only other place you're ever going to find it is like Huntington Beach. What's it called? You know, Amsterdam. And like... Denver. There's like 3 places in the world you can find this. It's there. I mean, really, there's like I mean, you can find it anywhere, but you can't find the best in the world. The best in the world is like Berkeley, California, like Huntington Beach, and like the Netherlands / or whatever it is. You know, what am I talking about? Amsterdam, right? And then Colorado, the mountain high. The Mile High, the Mile High City. And so that's all I have to talk about this. So out here, they charge the same prices, but their taxes are like so on a bottle, it's like $7 more. On a joint, it's like $4 more. On a cartridge, it's like $4 more. In Colorado, it's like 90 cents. And I shit you not, it's like 90 cents to buy a bottle. It's like 90 cents tax. It's like, there's more than that now. It's like $1.97 or something tax to buy a bottle of liquor in Colorado. We don't, like, we had a weird rule in Colorado going all the way, like two weird rules in Colorado all the way up until when I was about 25 or something like that. The first one we universally hated in our city. We universally hated it. Right? First one was you couldn't buy liquor on Sunday, right? And the entire state, absolutely. Even my mother, who doesn't drink, my mother drinks now, but she doesn't drink much. Like, even my mother, who wasn't even like a druggy alcohol person, she hated the fact that you couldn't buy, like, even casual liquor on a Sunday. And we considered it to be, like, the day of darkness. I never really understood it. But boy, I still, to this day, fucking hate Sundays. Just hate them. Like, I think of Sundays as like a day of darkness where you can't get laid, you can't party, you can't celebrate anything. And this, it was like this until I was like in Colorado, in Denver, until I was like 25 or something like that, right? So, and this manifested in other times in my life too, where like I could sell a bottle of liquor for $200, even though it was a crappy handle for like $40, because it was Sunday night and I was a taxi driver and I knew, I wasn't a taxi driver, but I was like a punker kid, and I knew that there was a party that I was going to that was out of liquor, and it was a Sunday, so you were shit out of luck. You literally had to drive to Cheyenne, fucking Wyoming. They talked about this in Utah. Utah is also a Bible Belt state, right? So Utah, if they wanted to buy liquor, they had to drive to Cheyenne, Wyoming. Denver punks really loved the Salt Lake City punk scene because we came up with the same exact Christian fucking right-wing Bible Belt thumping bullshit where you couldn't buy liquor on Sunday, right? But something about Colorado, though, I will say this. They also had a very relaxed law about liquor in a different direction that my mother absolutely loved, and would travel from all the way from Omaha, Nebraska to Colorado, right? And everyone would, from all over the country, would come to Denver, Colorado until like 1980, because we had what was called the 3-2 law, which meant that you could drink 3-2 beer if you were 18 years old in Colorado, right? So despite Sunday being like the day of darkness where you couldn't buy liquor, sorry, I just heard something, I didn't know what it was. Sunday being the day of darkness because of the liquor, but up until I think it was like 96 or something like that, teenagers could drink beer between the ages of 18 and 21 if they came to Colorado. So in the 70s, many people from all over the country used to come to Denver, Colorado to go skiing and drink 3-2 beer between the ages of 18 and 21 and go dating and stuff like that. So Denver was a party city because of the 3-2 law. All of the party kids from all over the Midwest, coming all the way from Chicago sometimes, Omaha, Nebraska and shit like that, they would come to Denver, Colorado for the 3-2 beer law, you know, and they would meet their high school girlfriend that they would marry and shit. My mother used to tell fun stories about this, like the 3-2 laws. So they would pile in a car on Thursday night and they would drive like all night from Omaha, Nebraska or whatever, and they would arrive at like Friday at 2 p.m. or something like that. They would take Friday off, right, when they were like 19, and they would drink 3-2 beer, copious amounts of it, and they wouldn't get, like, the girls wouldn't get fat, but the boys would, because this 3-2 beer, it basically does nothing to you. But they were so into the idea of drinking beer in their scene under the age of 21 that they would travel 2 or 3 states across the union to go visit Denver, Colorado. And so we had the most fucked up law about buying liquor. I think only about 10 states in the union were like that, where you couldn't buy liquor on Sunday, right? But we also had the most relaxed liquor law in the union, which was the 3-2 law. So that was the kind of weird shit that I came up around Colorado. So like, I'm not used to being taxed for my vices, but I'm fairly sure every other state in the union except for Colorado does really tax the vices pretty fucking bad. I know California charges $10 for a pack of cigarettes. In Denver, Colorado, it's $7.60. Right? We don't pay that $3 tax. We don't pay that $4 hike up, that $7 bottle tax and shit. We just don't do that in Colorado. We don't fuck our people like that. Our bums can actually still get drunk, you know? People are still happy and they drink microbrewery stuff. Like, the microbrewery scene in Colorado fucking exploded. Between the microbreweries and the fucking beer, you know? Microbreweries in Colorado, man. Like, my favorite beer of all time. Yeah.
Colorado, of course, is known for hundreds of craft breweries.
Oh, I can't remember his name, but I know these people.
One man has visited them all.
Denver 7's Jason Gronauer grabbed a beer with Paul Myhill, a.k.a. the Colorado Beer Guy.
You went on a little adventure.
So, see, okay, this is what Colorado breweries are like. They're going to have tree tables. They're going to have these cool belly glasses like this that are fucking dope, and they hold like a good pint, but they're not very tall, right? So they're easy to hold and not tip over and that kind of thing, right? They're fat, they're short. And this is what the brewery scene looks like. They all have shirts like this. I dress like this too. They have blue jean pants. They've got shirts with decals on them, tats on their arms, bracelets, watches, rings, wire rim glasses, because they're all nerds. They're all like, dude, the Denver douchebag fucking hipster scene was off the hook. There was men riding around on unicycles in fucking kilts, and you can see their balls because they were riding around downtown on unicycles in kilts without underwear and shit like this. Because the hipster scene in Denver, I would say it's per capita the biggest party scene in all of the world, because we do the tourism, right? Everyone else does tourism too, but not really like us. They come in and they drop like $500 on snowboarding or skiing. They drop like $500 on the best legal marijuana in the world, and then they drop like $500 on the bars. And so we get this a lot, like it chokes the streets. You know, I would say tourism is Colorado's like main thoroughfare. I would say everyone comes and visits.
Recently, what did you do?
Basically, just spent 18 months hitting every Colorado.
I have a friend who looks exactly like this guy. Same ginger beard, same ginger glasses. I thought it was my friend for a minute. He looks so much like him, it's scary.
And brewery
and yeah.
in the state.
Every single one.
467 microbreweries in Colorado, and all of them have bars, right? 467 in just Denver. 467 fucking microbreweries, and each and every one of them has a bar too, and all of them are amazing. My favorite being Park Tavern, which has Denver has Park Tavern. If you're ever in Denver, go to Park Tavern on the 17th Street. City Park Tavern, right? They have like every microbrewery in Colorado, and they're the most shishi, hipster, douchebag place in the universe, as evinced by the 1, 2, 3. I mean, New York's got more douchebaggy places, but look at how pretentious this place actually is, right? And there's nothing on the walls. There's no bar bullshit. There's no bar shit on the floor or anything. It's a fucking hipster douchebag mecca. And on tap, they've got 370 different beers, all brought in the last week, right? All of Denver's best, right? And so they hand you this placard with like 370 beers. Probably 18 of them are chocolate. 18 of them are jalapeno. 18 of them are like, you know, donut. 18 of them are fucking raspberry and shit like this, right? And you're like, what? And that's the scene in the culture that I come from. So like a lot of the time the people will come in my stream and they're like these waspy white nerds who like sat on the internet in the cubicle most of their lives and never smoked a joint or drank a beer. But like, I'm sorry, but that is just not the culture I came from. I would say Denver, the closest city to it would be like New Orleans during Mardi Gras. Like, okay, during any Hollywood and any holiday in Denver, you're gonna see 40,000 people stumbling around, wasted off their asses, stoned off their fucking gourds, and it's been like this for 25 years or something like this, just looking for something to do. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be Christmas, it could be Halloween, it could be 4th of July. There will be 40,000 people walking around downtown Denver, stoned and drunk out of their gourd, going to like the Rockies game or something like that. It is like literally a city based off getting high. And I've never met a single person beyond my mother. My mother was literally the only person I ever met in Colorado that didn't smoke weed. I can't think of another person I ever met of the 7,000 to 10,000 people that I met. Every single last one of them, every bookwormy librarian, every fucking nerdy waspy girl, it didn't matter. All of them smoked weed. All of them. You know what I'm saying? It was actually unique when you didn't. You know what I'm saying? Because it like literally in Colorado, that's like a fucking given. You know what I'm saying? So I caught a lot of flack over the last couple of years over my marijuana use. And frankly, I just don't give a flying fuck what they think about that. I just was not raised with those morals and values. Prohibition to me is like a bad force that could kill my city. It would be that bad. It would kill my city. It would like literally kill the people there. And so, you know, I come from this culture, not some uptight nerd culture that doesn't smoke weed and doesn't drink. I mean, we're the closest things to the Germans when it comes to the beer, pretty much, I would say. Only Pennsylvania would rival us. Pennsylvania, where Pabst and Busch Gardens and all that stuff, right? Only Pennsylvania would rival us in terms of beer. Or Germany, I would say. That's the other thing that we brag about is we've got 500 dispensaries in a 5-mile radius. We got 500 fucking microbreweries in a 5-mile radius, and we've got like 500 bars connected to the 500 microbreweries. It's the most hipster, douchebag, stoned out, gourded, zombified, stoned, drunk, DUI, wasted out, $20 for a marijuana ticket fucking city I've ever been to, except for probably like Amsterdam. I've never been to Amsterdam. That's the only other place that I could think of that would rival it, really. Maybe downtown LA, downtown New York, right?
I'm sure you get it a lot, but why?
Goal was to support every Colorado.
Yeah, this guy believes in the 500 microbreweries so much that he put $20 in every single one of their pockets because it's like a way of life for him. It's not some fucking joke. The beard and the beer are like a fucking way of life for him, and he's riding out of there on a moped or a motorcycle. I guarantee it, too. He's on a motorcycle, too. I guarantee it. Mopeds and motorcycles were really, really big in Denver. Really, I mean, a lot of the big biker clubs, they come right through Denver every year on the way to Sturgis and shit. That place is a biker fucking heaven.
As they were coming out of the shutdowns, and so that was the beginning of the quest.
Where did the idea come from?
Oh my god, Crabtree is so good.
I went out.
Oh my god, Taco Tuesday. So Taco Tuesday at Park Tavern. My friends and I used to go to this every fucking Tuesday for like 10 years and shit.
I ended up doing that in a week.
Yeah. So you see in the background, see Taco Tuesday, right? In the Park Tavern. Right? This is the Intersect, but every brewery in Denver does Taco Tuesday. I'm not kidding. Every brewery in Denver does Taco Tuesday. It's like a Denver tradition. I swear to God. It's like Taco Tuesday at every brewery in Denver. So if you've got $1, you can have really fucking good, like really good homemade Mexican fucking, like, and when they say Taco Tuesday, they're not talking about a big old, Taco Bell honker, right? They're talking about 3 small little tacos, right? And they're gonna be homemade with really good, high quality, like Colorado meat, right? Like, cause the other thing in Colorado that you can get is steers. We have the National Western Stock Shows, and we also pride ourselves on cows. right? We have the best meat in the world too. I mean, that would be Omaha. Omaha's got the best meat in the world, but we try and rival them every day with our burgers and our Taco Tuesdays. I miss my home so badly, but I was driven out of there by heathens.
Went out one night and we hit 5 breweries and we said, hey, how about we try...
People who sold the world and sold the city away to marijuana concerns that basically turned the city into a $2,000 a month rent, $2,000 a month rent hellhole, you know?
And do 30 in 30 days. I ended up doing that in a week. So the goal got up to 100 in 100 days, did that in a month. So 365 and 365 days, and said, okay, I'm gonna do them all.
I'm gonna do them all.
Zigzagging across.
And so, okay, so you might see it, you might understand what I'm getting at here, right? I'm more surprised when the guy doesn't drink 380 beers a year than when he does. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm more surprised when they don't. I'm more used to, I'm used to dudes pounding like 30 beers a session, you know? I mean, that's the culture I come from, and then smoking like 2 joints in a bong of like the best fucking marijuana on the planet, basically. So like, that's the culture I came from. It's why I still smoke hash. It's why I still drink every day. I don't really, like, I don't come from a culture that stays sober. I would say per capita, the Mile High City is like not the most high city in the world, but we're definitely the most stoned city in the world, and the most drunk, maybe. DUIs are a systemic problem, which is why I was a taxi driver in Denver. You can make so much money there because everybody's driving around drunk and stoned all the fucking time, wasted off their gourds, off the best marijuana and the best beer in the world.
Did you count how many beers you actually drank?
Breckenridge, bitch. Coors is just 5 miles from downtown Denver, up there in Golden, Colorado. The Coors Brewery, which is honestly the shittiest beer in the world, but it doesn't matter. It's still Colorado.
Probably did 3,000 beers.
And we're so proud of it. I've been to the Coors Brewery like 6 times. It's a bop.
That's crazy when you think about it.
Yeah, like I just don't come from a culture that doesn't drink and get wasted all the time on a lot of drugs. I'm sorry, but everybody I knew, I realize some people go to high schools where there's like these nerds and Puritan people who don't get high and drunk all the time. I didn't go to any school that wasn't like that. Everybody in the school was getting high and drunk. Everybody. The teachers, the kids, everybody.
One heck of a liver.
Everybody looks like this in Colorado. Everybody's fat and stoned and drunk.
Just say that.
Everybody looks like me. Everybody.
No trophies.
See it? See it? You can see it. They're all kind of fat. They're all kind of high on that Colorado marijuana and that amazing Colorado brew.
For completing the feat.
Right? And they have a different beer every day for a year because they can do that. We've got 500 different microbreweries with 500 different beers. The best of which, by the way, is, of course, hands down, the best brewery on the planet is New Belgium. And the best beer on the planet, I full-heartedly believe this after tasting 550 different craft beers. I believe per capita, the highest quality beer on the planet is what I named my Rust character for 5 months this year, Voodoo Ranger. And there it is. There's the best beer in the world. If you ever see it in the stores, you should buy it. It is special. Now notice the 9% on the can, which is why it's so special. Most of Colorado is wasted off 9% beer because it's good beer, right? And the reason that you want really high quality beer is because the more high quality and the better brewed it is and the more lovingly and caretakingly taken care of and the better the recipe is, right? The higher the percentage you can go. And so, and also you can do this with really bad tasting beer, but see, this is the best tasting 9% beer on the planet, in my opinion. Now, dudes all over the world will fist fight me for saying this. And of course I'm biased, but I really believe that this is like the best beer that's ever been made. I believe it's better than Pabst Blue Ribbon. I think it gets the job done, which is 9%, but still tastes like not basically. It really tastes like the best beer that you've ever had. You can feed it to children and they wouldn't know it had alcohol in it, maybe, because it would taste so good to them. It's actually that good. It tastes like candy beer. It's not sugary. It's just so well made that it's like it's like drinking a pizza or something. It's so yeasty and beautiful. And so I will write a love song to my Voodoo Ranger. It has got me through many dark times, and I want to shout out to New Belgium, for not paying me even though I drink their beer. And and by the way, once you're done with Voodoo Ranger, you can also move from the original Imperial IPA, the best in the world, right, to Juice Force IPA, and there's another one. Is there only two? I think there's only two. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There it is. Fruit Force, right? There's Voodoo Ranger Juice Force IPA, Voodoo Ranger Fruit Force IPA, and Voodoo Ranger Imperial IPA. Once you're done with the original, and you're thinking that this does contend for top 20 beer of all time, you're going to understand that there's 3 other variations of it, all on entirely different spectrums of IPAs, right? They're fruit punch IPAs. See it? Hazy Imperials is what they call them. Hey, there's a good 22 or so good Hazy Imperials in Colorado, but this is the king of the Hazy Imperials, and how we know it was the king of all Hazy Imperials because it sold the most. We know that this sold the most. It just did. So, but I mean, if you ever want like a taste of Colorado brewed into a can, it would be Voodoo Ranger. And that's all I have to say about that.
Other than a few thousand photos and just as many stories. Any specific stories?
More specific, crazier stories out there, but for me, the story was connecting with individual communities as I drank their beer with them.
Now that he's been to them all, his own brewery just might be next. Then the next person who's on this quest will have to come by you.
Have to come by my brewery, yeah.
Cheers to that. I'm Jason Grenauer, Denver 7.
Japan's worst streamers get knocked out.
One of the internet's biggest embarrassments is at it again, and good lord, I hate to say it, but some people truly never learn. Not only did he get smacked up once, but now twice in 2 weeks. I was actually planning on doing a video on the first time he got put in this place. However, I got a little bit busy with life stuff, and
Why's he got a fucking banner? It's got Shroud at 0
So Japan's worst streamer got knocked out.
viewers.
Johnny Somali, one of the internet's biggest embarrassments is at...
Oh, wow.
Well, the other month I covered a streamer who went to Japan and essentially disrespected the country for attention on his stream, and I believed he regretted what he did because of the backlash he received in person when he was there. Little did I know there was so much more to this story because apparently even the Yakuza got involved and essentially chased him out of Japan. And I don't think the Yakuza has ever chased an influencer out of Japan before, so that makes things pretty interesting. I've been piecing together these clips and re-uploads of his streams for a while now, so if it's not in perfect order, let me know in the comments down below, but I did my best on this. But we'll start with the story as I know it.
I really like that Bass Pro Shops hat. It's really nerdy and silly. Look at all the girl repellents in the background. It's just wonderful.
Starts off with this streamer on Kick. He essentially gained the attention of many people on the internet because nobody had seen someone be this disrespectful for some basic level attention in Japan. This was the original clip that made him go viral.
Hiroshima, Nagasaki, you know what we do to you? Hiroshima, Nagasaki, we destroy it because you don't know how to behave. Wallahi, billahi, wa tallahi. I swear to God, you do again, we're gonna do again. You understand? You understand, Hiroshima?
I said this in my last video on him, but I'm still baffled at how brain dead you have to be to believe this is a good decision to make in life. To brag about two of the largest mass casualty events in human history and the country where it happened. He's definitely deserving of the Influencer Hall of Fame of morons. But he does continue on until a random Texan gets secondhand embarrassment from him and asks him why is he doing this in the first place.
Where are you from? I'm from America. Where are you from? What's your ethnicity? Texas, buddy. What's your ethnicity? I'm Korean. Sit down, brother. Why don't you sit your ass? Korean War, you know what happened to you? Come on, don't touch me. Don't touch me, brother. Korean War, North Korean War, you know what we did to you. Just calm down. Oh, we do. CX, hashtag. Hey, how many subs you have? Bro, I'm at 1,000 subs right now. Nice. Cool. Sit down, brother. Enjoy.
Wow, that's like 80 grand a year. It's pretty good.
Just saying. He didn't sit down. He didn't do nothing to me.
But that whole situation ends with the streamer lying because he's too embarrassed to say that he was doing all of that for 16 subscribers. But sadly, that interaction did not stop him from continuing to disrespect Japanese culture, which led to more confrontations by confused Japanese citizens. In one instance, you had a biker who showed up asking the streamer what his problem was, and then he tried to flee and said he didn't have a problem until the police showed up. But the police didn't really have anything to charge him with, so they let him free. Then a couple days later, he was streaming when a random guy punched him in the face. And this time, he went to the police station, he tried to get the attacker a hate crime charge.
Hate crime. Hate crime.
Bragging about Hiroshima and Nagasaki while laughing about it, saying, oh, it's gonna happen again. That's a great strategy to get punched in the face. So I really don't understand his whole surprise Pikachu attitude to all of this, because it's all textbook F around and find out. But that's essentially where I left off in my last video. Little did I know there was way more that happened, and some people are alleging that even the Yakuza got involved. In short, the Yakuza are the Japanese mafia, definitely not the people you want to disrespect. But first, he was stopped in the metro by security, and he was asked to stop being disrespectful and disturbing the peace.
Not bad, yeah.
And his whole response to that was he would stop being disrespectful to Japan if the police essentially forced him to.
It will stop the image.
If the police tell me to stop, I will stop. If the police tell me to stop, I will stop. You are not police. You understand?
They had to use a language translator app to be able to communicate with each other, and it's clear that the streamer just sees this all as content. He has no remorse whatsoever for his own behavior. But what seems to have happened next is a group of Japanese streamers and influencers, with the largest one being Kenzo, showed up late to confront him. And it seems like they actually brought a translator.
What you did is one of the something that is disrespectful for the whole Japanese community, and that is why Japan is really murdered back.
But can we talk? We don't need to fight, you know? Why use words? Let's use words. We're not here to fight. They don't understand?
だったら、ここで話し合って、お互い知り合うっていうこの彼が知り合う前に日本人に対して謝ってほしい。で、今日か昨日か忘れたけど、電車の中で。So what you did, I know you had that like train where you put some sounds on, official sound, and it's something that's not really good, or it's really not a good thing, and they would just want you to apologize for it.
Can you tell them that I don't control the sound? Can you explain to them what TTS is?
Okay, so he wants to talk it all out, but for some reason he doesn't want to take any accountability. Dude, you are enabling people to use you to harass the public. First, he sets the example of harassing people, then he just lets his chat do the harassing for him. He is really not helping himself. Being a garbage person and then blaming on being a troll YouTuber is the worst offense, because essentially all he has is deflections and excuses.
Hey, I don't have no problem with Japan. Okay.
Yeah, but say you're sorry.
Sorry for what incident? The train?
Sorry for all the incidents.
How do you
have to realize you've upset a lot of people, and you don't take responsibility for that. You say it's chat, or you say it's CTS. You have to be responsible.
And then we have a piece. That was not my fault. Okay, for you guys, I will tell you guys this. I want to have a piece. I want to have a piece. You see, okay, what kind of YouTuber is he? This guy. No, come stand next to me. Come here.
Johnny, it's not about him. It's about you.
I know it's about me, but look, he's a troll YouTuber, right? You understand? I'm a troll YouTuber.
Anonymous sent $5.
I'm starting to realize he's a lost cause. Like, his own actions are going to ruin his life.
But here's the thing, right? You have to be responsible for every action that you undertake from now in this country. You can't make no excuses, right? You can't blame it on TTS. You can't blame it on chat. You have to be responsible. If you're not willing to be responsible, then don't play the game. Right? Don't play the game.
This is how do I have?
It's not wild.
Japanese TMZ. I don't understand how you guys. How do you guys like? How do you guys?
Canada's a very small country, right? So here's the thing.
Well, then maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't run around harassing people in public. But then he tries to deflect yet again.
I guess it's different in our country. It doesn't.
I don't know what it is.
Here is no free speech. I think they have free speech here, bro.
Yeah, you totally have free speech here. This is how we resolve the issue.
Okay.
Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. You can say what you want, but then you're gonna be afraid to go outside, bro.
I don't know who that guy is, but well put. But again, he doesn't take any accountability here. All he does is brag about how much attention his videos are getting him.
They said the Japanese guy Twitter. They said the video right now already got 600K views.
It's actually kind of laughable how dumb this guy's acting. But it did catch up with him as he streamed the next day and someone grabbed him by the throat and started choking him out. I'm not going to show that clip for obvious reasons, but he did seem to be fine after that and he made this apology.
大変お騒がせして大変お騒がせして申し訳ありませんでした。申し訳ありませんでした。
But that attitude didn't last for long because he then went to Disneyland, Japan and started blasting music that said sucky, sucky, and atomic bomb. So he's essentially just back to square one. Then after that, he then went back to the metro and started insulting women because they didn't want to be on his live stream.
Okay, can I ask you something? Japanese? Japanese, both. Okay. No. Oh, they're scared. Look. Okay, no, I don't show you. Almeda's too scared. Japanese, they be showing there's too much filter. I think these.
He then goes on to say a bunch of degenerate stuff that I can't even put in this video because I don't want it to be taken down. But it's so wild to me that we've just gotten to a point in society where people will just happily degrade themselves and just show how little empathy they have for other people as long as they get attention on the internet. I then found a clip of what people are claiming is a guy who's associated to the Yakuza confronting him on the subway.
Okay, let's talk. It's the guy who's what? Look at this. What is it? Oh, stand up. Okay, I stand up. Don't touch me, bro. I stand up. Okay, yeah, I'm up. Oh, Indica. I did not know. I don't speak Japanese. It's okay, cancer.
It then seems like this man wants to make sure that he doesn't do anything on the train and wants him to get off.
Oh. No, please, only me. It's my face. No touch. Why are you guys focused on me? Why you don't focus on Logan Paul? Why just be...
Because Logan Paul isn't in Japan harassing people right now. But they continue to follow him until the streamer claims that the Japanese FBI stopped him. Once he was let free, it then seemed like he was attacked yet again on the street. And for obvious reasons, again, I can't show that clip. But later on, it seems like he was forced to do a more proper apology where he got down on his knees.
People in Japan, Paul Danino, Ice Poseidon, everybody. Sticks the track.
So he does this formal apology, but then just completely cancels it out by saying CX in the chat. So clearly he has no friends in Japan, and after being attacked and pressured so much by the Japanese people, he fled the country. But it wasn't until after he left the country he felt comfortable enough to actually start dissing them again. Because once he felt safe, he started to taunt Japan more by showing images of an atomic bomb and, from what I can tell, Axis leaders, and then him saying China's #1 and so on and so on. He just wants attention. And he continued streaming in Thailand until he was confronted by a Japanese woman asking him why he did all this.
I'm not gonna see it. Why are you doing that? I just want to know that. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that, man? Whoa, I'm on cloud now. I'm on
I mean, at least he admits to it, but he's really setting himself up for long-term misery because he's going to be forced to keep doing more and more edgy stuff and more insane stuff to keep the attention of his current viewers. And that in itself is a recipe for disaster because if he continues like this, his own actions will sooner or later catch up to him. I guess that would be the worst case scenario for him, but on the other side of the coin, people might just get tired of his content and he's permanently made himself unemployable.
Johnny Somali, one of the internet's biggest embarrassments, is at it again, and good Lord, I hate to say it, but some people truly never learn. Not only did he get smacked up once, but now twice in 2 weeks. I was actually planning on doing a video on the first time he got put in this place. However, I got a little bit busy with life stuff, and I just couldn't get to it. And I'll be honest with y'all, the second time he got smacked is much funnier than the first one, but you know, since we're here already, you know, roll the clip. Let's go ahead and see it.
Oh!
I like how bro is wearing a Luffy straw hat and he is doing the exact opposite of what everything Luffy stands for. Like, I want y'all to understand, like, what kind of creature we're dealing with. He is going around calling himself Monkey D. Monkey. Do you guys seriously think that you can reason with a black man calling himself Monkey? I know Luffy's name is Monkey D. Luffy, but Monkey D. Monkey, like, why did you need to emphasize the monkey? What's your issue? Why? Why? You're making us look bad, pal. Man, you know what? Not even racing. You're making yourself look bad. You're responsible for yourself. Nobody's cleaning up after you. People are just going to keep manhandling you because you're a 5'3" little. You're a pussy. That's it. You're a pussy. And I gotta catch up a little bit on the lore for the most recent stuff to make sense. But long story short, the Japanese people want this man out. Like, they want this nut job gone. They want him eviscerated. They want him kicked out. And if you also want this idiot off the streets of Japan, you should totally like and sub up to this video so we can get this video pushed out a little bit more to potentially more people, and more people can understand who he is and report him to the police if they ever come across him. Now, it's been a while since we've talked about Johnny Somali because, well, you know, he fell off. Now, if you're not fully caught up on Johnny Somali lore, I did a few videos on which you should totally watch after you watch this one, but for the context of this video, I'll give you a quick little spark notes. Johnny Somali is an IRL kick streamer who goes around to different countries and just disrespects everyone's culture and just flips it up on their head. Like, I mean, dude was and still is going around publicly disrespecting Shinzo Abe, telling people he's gonna bomb Hiroshima again, and just flat out being a loud, obnoxious little gremlin that goes against all of Japanese culture. And fun fact, after I did my first 2 vids, I had a bunch of Japanese people reach out to talk to me about all of this and how it's like impacting society, and it's truly heartbreaking. I have one person in particular who is fighting with everything they got to get this man locked up and deported. But since he moves so slithery and nasty, it's hard to lock him up due to him finding like random loopholes. Like, no matter what, he will find his way out of that situation. I gotta give him props to that. For you to evade that much, like you I don't know. I don't know. And after people saw him get worse and worse, they took matters into their own hands and said, you know what, forget the police. We're going to forge our own Twitter accounts and just track near everything that he does, which is where I get most of my information. So again, I do go over more of this in my other videos. Make sure you guys check them out after this video. But flash forward about 2 weeks ago, he realized money's drying up. He's not actually entertaining and can only farm views by harassing people. Japanese people probably won't touch him, but boy, boy was he wrong. So he went back to Japan, and with him he brought 2 other idiots, Turan, Spidey, and Gina. Now, I'm like 99.9% sure that Turan is like autistic as shit, and like, you know, that doesn't excuse his behavior, but I'm gonna leave him alone. I'm gonna leave him alone for a second, because he has a whole nother issue. But as for Gino, I'm genuinely trying to figure out who is the bigger clout chaser between him and Johnny. Like, Johnny is bold and will do near whatever for like 2 schmeckles, but Gino will literally just follow Johnny around and do exactly what he does. Like, I genuinely think sometimes Gino is a lost puppy, just trying to figure out his purpose in life. These 2 have been locked cock and balls together this entire trip, just being idiots together. They're even like arguing together, like 40-year-old couples. Just last week or something like that, they went to this forest and started doing rituals. They were drawing pentagrams on pictures of Logan Paul, Shinzo Abe, big Japanese streamer, I'm forgetting her name, but they were just in that forest lighting things on fire and also eating bugs for whatever reason. I don't get that one. say what Blood was cooking right there, but hey, man, not everybody is naturally funny. Some people got it a lot better than others. That's all I'm gonna say. They also almost got game ended by being complete idiots and attempted to climb Mount Fuji with like no gear, like none at all. And instead of trying to climb back down the mountain, they got scared and just wimped out and just started paying money to stay in the back. Instead of trying to climb down the mountain, they got scared and kept paying money for a warm by staying in the bathroom. They had to keep paying to stay in the bathroom for warmth. Like, do you know how sad that is? like that is sad. Come on, like single tear. And what I don't think these two dimwits understand is that, yeah, sure, it's content. No one is laughing with you. We're laughing at you because you're an idiot. Like, this is some shit that I'd expect out of a Looney Tunes cartoon, dog. Like, this is insane. But anyways, I've obviously been following these two idiots a little bit loosely, so you know I can scrape some motion off them in private out there, stupid. You know, just typical nag stuff. You know I get down. You know. And a very common trend with these two is that they drink. And they drink a lot. And that leads us to the current Johnny Somali timeline. So these two are obviously drunk and harassing people since they don't know how to do like literally anything else. They're not good for anything else. And then someone grabs Gino's phone in an attempt to, you know, get those two to leave everyone else alone. They literally just walk around and pester civilians like all day long. And I'm gonna just let the rest of the clip speak for itself. I'm gonna pause it here and there to give my thoughts and opinions, but yeah, here's the clip.
Back off. Yeah, back off. Back off. Back off.
You the back off.
What me? What I do? I just came.
They
Oh,
don't like you.
hello? Oh, you can come in. It's okay. It's all right. I'm just sitting here. Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. Okay. Hey guys, so I have a visitor here, and I must end the stream. So it was a good session. This was a good 16-hour session, and I must go about my business today. So thank you so much for hanging out with me when I couldn't hang out with you, and watching me when I couldn't watch you. And I love you guys, and thank you so much for being around here. Tonight I'm going to switch back to display capture here. There we go. Tonight I will be on at some point, maybe 10 or 11 PST at some point, but it's kind of a long sort of, you know, chore day for me. So, and then sleep. And so I will catch you guys later tonight. Just a reminder, this is Skycat Live. Oh, and yeah, good to see you, number 2. Thank you for hanging out. Click on the cast face to donate, and I'm across Twitch and YouTube and Facebook and Kick. And catch me tonight. I don't know what I'll be playing, but probably New Worlds, I think, or something. I don't know what it'll be. Thank you so much.